Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第399天。It is day 399. Tomorrow is our 400 tentative takes. I'm gonna be real. Today is gonna be. We're gonna try to squeeze in some. You want me 3? I don't know how well rested I am gonna be tomorrow. Yesterday we were trying to catch up, but then I kind of took some extra rest, so we actually ended up starting after 4 a.m. So that means I did the lessons earlier today, so that's why we don't have any lessons. So now we're gonna try to rotate some of these massive backlog of characters through our reviews. Yesterday was an unprecedented, or earlier today was an unprecedented day with 20 characters. That's really pushing the limit on top of everything else I have been doing. We got a 6 from yesterday. It was a little bit rough. Yeah, 拖这拖interest. Didn't do anything with it, largely because Tua is going to come up again in a bit, which is this companion character related. Hopefully that's fine. Or we're using auntie as opposed to pet name. Yi is wild. Gotta smash a bunch of things in here. Art. Try to modify the mnemonic a little bit. Liang as well. It's more about a quest to use, to be on foot to look for a missing tiara. Shiny tiara. And then the infamous La. For garbage. But now it's more like Legolas tracking some dirt. Dirt tracks on guard duty. And the retroactive one. $10,000. Or is it because one now is overlapping with Lee? Lee is probably the closest. Okay. We added a few things to that, crushing a bunch of crickets and flowers as ingredients to make expensive product for tens of thousands of dollars. All right, so I'm gonna try to shave like at least half of this or more, and then I think tomorrow we're only going to do the lessons and then hop right into our 400 day tentative takes and catch up for the rest of the month, I suppose. All right, let's get into this here.
结束。
电影什么时候结束？
镇定。
保持镇定是很重要的。
慈善。
他经常参加慈善活动。
木。
Oh, no, that's not it. Dang it. Pretty alright start. Hey, why do I think this is... Oh, whoops, I missed the I. Was there an I? Oh, no. I really thought it was that. Huh. Oh, yesterday I told myself I have no idea what happened here. I still have no idea what happened here. Sure, that's Joe, and the other one is here. What, clench? Okay. That's okay. Whoops. Clench illuminate or certification. Listen.
执照。
这是他的商业执照。
But how did it? Oh, it was the totem and the pills. And then how did Jiao work? Okay. Let's be. Ooh, there's only one other thing, curtain, right? Okay.
仲夏。
仲夏是最适合度假的时候。
佛教。
我读过佛教的书籍。
Or lessons, or Buddhism, yeah, fine. Teachings. Oh, yen. Oh, Danganronpa? No, I haven't played it yet. I do have them though. I have the whole collection, but haven't played it. I don't know what the thing is about the Crusher and then going bluer and bluer. That's something that I'm not familiar with. I don't actually know the premise of Danganronpa. No, I know that's the game. Like I'm saying I don't know that that's the premise of the game. Or like that's something that happens in the game. I know you're describing what you said earlier.
触觉。
科学家研究动物的触觉。
Yeah, it's a visual. It's a more inclined with a mystery visual novel game.
望
Huh. Oh no, that's carry on the arms. So what happened here? Is it?
茶
Yes, it is.
掏
I think this is draw out. Yeah, okay. The other one has water.
"叹气
别叹气了，事情会好起来的。
Yo, what? 3? Two? 4?
拜访
我应该去拜访他。
Oh. Well, it is. It, yeah, it's been. I haven't had a lot of time to play any video games, really. Yes, technically, I played like 2 games or 3 games since we've known each other. That isn't like that is outside of live service games. Danganronpa is like a visual novel game, so those things are outside of our whole live service thing.
期盼
我期盼你的答复。
期盼你的答复。 Period and hope. Look forward to. I think it's more like I'm okay. That's fine. I want to type a Wang, but that doesn't make any sense. Does it? I have no idea what this is. Some part of me wants to type like yeah. And then some part of me want to type like Wang. Some part of me want to type Zhu.
主
Is it lean? Okay. Fair enough. Why do you bring that up? Is there something interesting about Danganronpa that you observed?
画 鹅
What the Okay. I have no idea what that is at the moment. Why were you curious? Yeah. Why do you ask?
画廊
他去了画廊看展览。
This too, like moon. It is moon god. Oh, I typed sea goddess. Dang. It is moon goddess, but I typed sea for whatever reason. There.
坤 班 丁
Ah! That's sting.
花纹
这条衣服上有美丽的花纹。
肺炎
肺炎可以传染。
颁奖
学校明天要颁奖给优秀的学生。
Or praise. Present award. Yeah, okay. Fine. What is this nonsense? H gun. Gun. I don't know what that is. Taiwan. The something. I'm having trouble with Shaq. Oh. Right? Taiwan something is very... Huh. Uh...
公厕
台湾的公厕非常干净。
I thought it was toilet. Oh, actually it is. It's public restroom. Public toilet, okay. And it's clean. Or, yeah, very clean. Okay.
鸣叫，
昆虫正在鸣叫。
It is this moment that I realize Shaq is terrifying. Oh, dearie me. I'm not meow. Oh, meow, meow. For temple and eaves, which I think that's just temple, right? It was meow. Oh, because of mist. I kept thinking of car.
夸， 颁布，
政府颁布了新的法律。
耳鸣，
他因为感冒而出现耳鸣。
What the heck is that? Oh, it's like ringing. Oh, tinnitus. Tinnitus. That's tinnitus. Misspelling.
走廊，
走廊很长。
疫苗，
这是一个新疫苗。
指纹，
指纹锁很安全。
The heck? Oh. That's topical right there. It's very topical. Something...
咳， 共鸣，
他的演讲引起了很多人的共鸣。
and my tea. Hmm.
媚， 专， 意，
Hmm.
好 号
有 what? I don't know if I did the harm tracks. I feel like I want to type like, okay, it's not. Dang it. What?
究竟
他究竟在想什么？
That like 究竟 exactly? Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? I don't actually. I'm not sure 究竟 Okay, I think that's a pass. Have to come to it as a regular phrase. Interesting. Hmm.
党员
党员有投票权。
The 歌
分割
墙壁分割了房子的空间。
桑叶
这棵桑树有许多桑叶。
有 what?
请帖
我还没有寄出请帖。
Heck, that's not it. It's being okay. 岂有此理 that's what I'm thinking.
岂有此理
他偷了我的书，还说是他的，实在岂有此理！
What?
逗趣
他的笑话逗趣的不得了。
That's true. Amuse. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what it can't help but be like capturing the attention is what I was going for there.
丙
Some part of me want to type B and it's not. Okay. Noted. Okay.
资
Oh no. They're going so sideways. Okay, hang on. Oh, ladle. I don't have enough to combine the ladles. Yep, that's not working. I'll give it another couple things. This is new, but angling was all generally going to be a problem already. Well, I could combine it with fishing now.
钓
I don't know. That seems a little questionable.
"预兆
他说这是好预兆。
庙宇
日本的庙宇被高估了。
抠鼻子
小孩常常喜欢抠鼻子。
How does this work? The right is interest. And the left is ice. Or teas. Okay.
"果酱
我喜欢在吐司上涂果酱。
雇员
他是公司的新雇员。
秃子
秃子常常喜欢戴帽子。
富 根深蒂固
这种偏见在历史中已经根深蒂固。
篓 拢
What the heck is that? Okay.
贝壳
一个大贝壳。
What? Oh no, that's Faye.
丘陵，
这里有许多美丽的丘陵。
No? Why no? Oh, wait. Hmm. Buman, 你说
不瞒你说，
不瞒你说，我觉得这个计划有问题。
粪，龟壳，
这是一片罕见的龟壳。
What? Oh, I missed the N. About this. Where's the
藏，顺，爱象，
这条爱巷通往市场。
下，
uh That's not it. Something about oh. How would this work? Oh, nose. Doesn't seem that great.
绳索，
那条船上有很多绳索。
巷口，
他们在巷口发生了一场小车祸。
No. Well, wait, how'd you miss the answer? I have the entire series, but I haven't played it. I am in possession of the entire series. For like a couple years now, actually. But no, I haven't gotten to playing it.
送，
One of the endings has gone viral on social media. Which of the games? There are 6 of them, I think. 5 or 6. It's a very long-running visual novel mystery game series. I think there are 6 of them. one or two, I think one or two of them are spin-offs, and then 4 of them are canonical. The most recent one, I asked that because usually TikTok and stuff, they're not like trendy in the sense of online things. Like they're not chronological. Like for example, a thing goes viral, like 6-7 is not chronological. It's something old that recurred back. So it's kind of hard to know these days when it comes to video game viralness. Of course, I don't know enough to even know if it's recent or not.
钓鱼，
他喜欢在河边钓鱼。
名，脑壳，
他摔断了脑壳。
If you know what I mean. Like, TikTok has been around long enough now where things are cycling. Like, novelty is not the word anymore. It's more like, redundantness is the word. You just skimmed through a TikTok comment section of a video about it, and someone said about Danganronpa, it's like Persona, everyone just LARPs it. Oh, okay. It's just like Persona, everyone LARPs it. That there are so many meanings to that. I wonder what they meant by that. Ming. Wait. Ming. 沽名钓誉。
沽名钓誉，
成功应该靠实力，而不是沽名钓誉。
Oh yeah, by the way, this phrase is great. It's clout chasing. I should write fishing for fame. I know what LARP is. That's not what I mean. Okay, drama, copied and paste. Have you played that new anime game? It ends with a crusher. Okay. It's the same thing you copied, Protocol. So I guess this is I guess drama is just doubling the TikTok meme. I know what LARP is, Protocol. But I'm not talking about that. So they said Persona, and everyone LARPs it. Right. I know what LARP means. I'm talking about the context between how Danganronpa and Persona are connected. You said LARP yesterday too. LARP is a millennial term, not a Gen Z term. Yeah, LARPing is Lord of the Rings. It's LOTOR. So we're talking about millennial and boomer. Or not really boomer. Gen X stuff. I am a millennial, yeah. Most certainly a millennial. LOTOR? What do I mean by LOTOR? That's where LARPing, that's one of the major sources of LARPing. LOTOR. LOTOR and D&D. Or Ren Fair. Yeah, these are millennial stuff. So when the new kids on the block said LARPing, they're actually taking a millennial term. A millennial and a Gen X term. Yeah, Ren Fairs, D&D, and LOTOR are the sources of LARPing. And that's what I mean by I don't understand what that has to do with LARPing. So Persona, how did those acronyms become LARP? Live action role playing? What do you mean, how did it become LARP? Live action role playing? LOTOR and D&D? Elves, I like Ren Fair is literally LARPing. I don't know if I'm guessing I'm having a problem with this. Do you have Ren Fairs? You have Ren Fairs. Like UK, the Renaissance is British. Like we're talking about English Ren Fair here. And in Ren Fairs, you're LARPing. Like this is LARPing before they LARPing for video games and combat and stuff. Okay, you understand what you mean. I thought you were saying the actual acronym LOTOR developed into LARP. Oh, no. No. This is the origins of LARPing is because of Ren Fairs, D&D, and LOTOR. This is millennial generation. And if you go to Ren Fair, you're hitting Gen X. Like it goes as far back as Gen X. So then these new kids, I don't know how new kids are using it, probably the same way. The statement you made was that it's like Persona, everyone just LARPs it. The thing about this is everyone LARPs Persona already because Persona is IRL. Danganronpa is a paranormal like mystery, a visual novel. So my guess is when they say everyone's LARPing, they're pretentious. Everyone's pretentiously being a fan is what I'm thinking it means. But when I said it can mean a lot of things, that's what I meant. Like my guess is that whenever someone says, oh, it's just like Persona, everyone LARPs it. Everyone LARPs it, meaning everyone is just being pretentious about Danganronpa. Because Persona is a LARP-friendly game, and everyone just talks about Persona like they live it and they know it, which typically is not the case. So that's what I think that statement is meaning. But it could be anything. Because I'm not in with the kids on this thing. This must be a new viral development. However, LARPing existed before I did. I was alive. Like when I was in high school, there are still things as Ren Fairs, and Ren Fairs are where like it's legitimately an industry for LARPing. You can also go to LARPing, like LARPing. What would I call them? LARPing camps. We'll call them LARPing camps, where people like play out their roles. You know, there's a recent TikTok trend of people uploading, hopefully joking videos about how to LARP about different topics. Yeah, I did. Like, so hear me out. I think LARPing, the word LARPing is like maturing. I don't know if this is the case yet, but it's maturing into simply wait, what did I do? Did we talk about fake it until you make it? Yeah. Fake it until you make it. I think that's how kids are using LARPing now. Like, for example, content creators are LARPers as well. When you watch a content creator and you're trying to LARP them, you're trying to live their life until it's not. So that's kind of what I think kids now are doing when they talk about LARPing. Like how to do something. And to me, I think it's kind of humorous because I truly do think that a lot of the younger people are LARPing. They're not doing. They're not doing, they're LARPing. So like, for example, if you know what I mean by that is you're pretending, you're acting a role based on instructions. You're not actually doing the thing and becoming the thing. Is foundation, in your opinion, LARPing is an innate desire that have always existed when you were very young? You and your friends used to make believe being gorillas at one example? Yeah. Video games is LARPing. To me. When I was a kid, all forms of video games are a form of LARPing. Like, before the boomer. So, like, the boomer, right? The boomer, Gen X, like, millennial definition of LARPing is, like, really, really doing it. Like, doing it to the, like, to the IRL degree. But I think for the most part nowadays, video games created a form of LARPing, which is role-playing, right? You talk about role-playing. But since most people live through a screen now, you know what I mean? Like, they're living virtually. They live parasocially. It might as well be LARPing. Like, when a kid says like, oh, I'm studying, I'm now a Chinese native speaker, it might just be LARPing because they study a lot online, as opposed to like really, really LARPing as a Chinese native speaking person, right? It's a characteristic of the thing. So LARP, I often think of it as IRL. Then there's LARP. And then there's informed. I'm now a native speaker can only be LARPing by definition. I think pretty much. It's pretty much what I mean. The default of LARP, I feel, when people are using it nowadays, is the idea that they want to be something. They want to be something IRL, and they might not be, which is fine. Like, this isn't supposed to be insulting or anything. I think it's a continuum of, like, are you informed? Are you experienced and close? Or are you literally that thing? Right? So for example, I'm literally born Chinese American, but I LARP as a Chinese person every once in a while. And sometimes I LARP as an American. That's kind of how I feel. So when going back to the persona thing, right? Going back to the persona thing. Everyone LARPs. This is why I think they said that. Everyone LARPs as a Persona fan or as a Persona character, because Persona is based on social life. So when people LARP Persona, they're literally LARPing Persona. Like I guess I already talked about the Persona, why I like Persona games. It's depressed kids. Like, Persona's basic function, like the crux of Persona, is tackling human vices. Like, that's the whole series. So every single Persona character and those things, they depict all the vices and problems with current society. So you're literally, most people are LARPing a Persona character. Now, I don't know if it goes deeper than that and say like, oh, everyone's LARPing because that's how life is now. Or they're making a comment about like, everyone thinks they're a Persona fan, they're just LARPing as a Persona fan, but now Danganronpa is like going viral, so now everyone's LARPing that, right? It's kind of like everyone LARPs a Souls-like fan. I don't LARP as a Souls-like fan. I really have a big disinterest for FromSoft games, right? past like the first one, like Dark Souls 1. But most people LARP as a Souls-like fan. They LARP a lot, right? And I feel like LARPing is being used dynamically enough to be insulting and not insulting. You know what I feel like LARPing is kind of becoming? A dilettante. I don't know how to spell dilettante. I'm gonna go with this. Dilettante is what I would say. Wasn't Demon Souls the first one? Demon Souls was produced by FromSoft with oversight of Sony, but the one that FromSoft is classically referring to is Dark Souls. That's the mechanic. If you're LARPing a Souls-like fan, you would think that Demon Souls and Dark Souls are the same thing, which they are not. Like, that's what LARPing is. Like, we'll use LARPing and contextualize. If you think Demon Souls is the same as Dark Souls, you are LARPing as a gamer who thinks what Souls-like games are. It's kind of like a person who says Neo is a Souls-like game, which it isn't. Because if you were LARPing, you would generalize that it was the same thing. And drama, like Demon Souls is not the same as Dark Souls. I think I'm going to... I mean, I don't play either of them, really. But it's gonna be a LARPing situation. You're LARPing a situation. Let's see. You know, there's... Okay. I'll admit, you definitely LARPed a few times. It's very... Okay. Claiming to become a native speaker is worse than claiming to become fluent, in your opinion? That's fair. Also, in the least offensive way, you think the English version of you I sent, I think is a less intelligent and somewhat more erratic version of me? Oh, that's interesting. Do you ever feel a motivational urge to LARP Chinese based on non-Chinese people's expectations of you, whether implicit or explicit? Do I ever feel a motivation to LARP Chinese based on non-Chinese people's expectations? I do it all the time. Yeah, I do it all the time. I don't know if that's an urge or not. Like, for example, I already told you this story, right? When I went to college, I moved away, right? And the college was a bit more diverse, but I was still like largely the only Asian in like our meet and greet. So I did this thing where I played into the token Asian guy. That's what I did when I was younger. And it wasn't necessarily for like circumventing or being snide or something. It was to create a point of empathy, because we already talked about empathy, right? Or the cycle of empathy, or how you create connections quickly when you're talking to someone. So oftentimes I introduce myself as the token Asian guy, and I would I would use confirmation bias. I would use confirmation bias to break the ice. Pull up to a meeting, hello, rice and dogs, am I right? Oh, jeez. Not dogs would be a negative thing. So we would use confirmation bias or euphemisms. Euphemisms would be the more common one. So in the United States, if you say that, you would make people uncomfortable. So when you're saying non-Chinese expectations, I'm talking about other Americans, right? Other Americans, because I don't live anywhere else. So other Americans, you would use something that's euphemous. So I play the violin. Yes, I do practice martial arts at one point in my life. I was good at math, or good relatively speaking. I was on a career with science. I'm technically a doctor. Right. These are the typical things. I do play into it. Playing violins, yes. Playing a string instrument is a Asian stereotype. If you're not a violinist, then you're a cellist. And then you would have a background in piano. No brass instruments. Brass instruments are a no-no. Yeah, and piano would be a background. All of you typed piano, and I already said piano. Chat delay. But this is more elegant. Piano is a default. So piano is more of a default in the sense that there are other great piano players. So it's typically a violinist or a cellist would be the highest thing. It would be like a more exotic string instrument, and pianos are string instruments. So, and then there's other things, like for example, I'm shorter, but the shortness is compensated by being smart. For example, I'm short, but I'm smart. That's another stereotype. Like, oh, where did all your height go? Your height went somewhere because your brain is very heavy. That's your typical stereotype thing. Like, you compensate for being smart. Like, why do I need to be good at sports when I have mechanical advantage, or intellectual advantage that creates mechanical, right? That type of thing. Other things like you can, if you want to play into the negative stereotypes, yes, dogs. Another negative stereotype would be eyes. Shortness is one. And then when you want to be really immature, if you really want to be mature, right? Penis. Like if we're really being adults about this, right? Like boomers and stuff. These are the typical things. Like how am I so familiar with this? Because of racism. Like I've heard it all before. Like I am Chinese American. So whenever someone tries to tell me what it's like to have like racism thrown at you and then have stereotypes thrown at you, I lived racism. So like this stuff doesn't faze me anymore. It's a very common thing. That's kind of why I understand, how like comedy, when comedians use how comedians turn like negative things into positive things and vice versa to keep people on their toes. Life does that to you. So most of the time when I talk about that, I don't know if it's a motivation or an urge, but more of a how to break the ice. Like, what the other people are thinking, so you're gonna play into it. You play into what they're thinking. And that's kind of what I do. And then the good things become your assets. So most of the stuff like racism, discrimination, I wield that. You could wallow in your pain and say that people are bad or cynical or something. Like, you can't trust people who have these thoughts, but that's being ignorant, in my opinion. Like, personally, this is a cultural thing. Like, in the United States, this is what I mean by when someone came at me, like a French person came at me and said, like, color blindness is the only way to address racial stereotypes and like stigma and whatnot. And we came into an impasse, so to speak. So kind of like I understood what that other person is trying to achieve. My thought was, it's not the only way. Like, there are pros and cons to many things, and the problem with that discussion was my way was wrong and their way was right when I was suggesting there are more than one way to do things. That's what diversity is. You have more than one way to look at things. So whenever I was talking about LARPing, right? When you were talking about LARPing with LARPing Persona and LARPing Danganronpa, there are many ways to look at it. And that's kind of why I brought up Gen Z, like Gen Z, Gen X, Millennial, and Boomer comments. People are different culturally across time, even within the same group. Yeah. And then playing to the stereotypes and whatnot is understanding who you're talking to. So whenever, like, you don't, like, if you go up to an American, for example, and you use negative stigma as a way to break ice, that's usually gonna probably do the opposite of breaking ice. That's and not all Americans, obviously, but this typically you want to stick with euphemisms as opposed to negative stereotypes. Why can't Asian couples have Caucasian babies? Because two Wongs don't make a white. That's pretty funny. The famous joke about where did your hike go is usually suggestion it goes somewhere else. Yeah. Yep. Sorry you've experienced that. I'm glad you have not had to go through that. You haven't gone through any form of stigma or stereotyping? That's interesting. Oh yeah, I do play into what people are thinking a fair amount of times, but not due to racial stereotypes. Of course, it was a French person. That's a doubly ironic comment given. Yes, it's a paradox. Yeah. You've done that before with me being white and not being able to handle spice, though that's a very tame one. Oh yeah, I like hot foods, right? But I'm gonna, like, the reality is the whole idea of Asian and spiced foods, right? It's balanced. Like, rarely is it ever, like, exclusively hot. Yeah, that one's pretty funny too. Oh no, you were saying that specifically about race. You obviously experienced stereotypes. Oh, okay. Yeah. My thought about negativity and positivity, especially LARPing, like whatever the kids are saying now, they're LARPing. That definitely goes back to our discussion 2 days ago regarding pretentiousness, right? Being pretentious. And I will echo what I said 2 days ago. Pretentiousness comes in two things. You can't claim that joke, you just Google traditional Asian jokes. Okay. The pretentiousness go both ways. One is proactive and one is responsive. So whenever someone like makes a racial joke, right, or make a racial comment, I play into it proactively, knowing what's going to happen, as opposed to responding to it and waiting for the person to respond to it. So it's kind of my, you can call it a reflex now or like some sort of built habit, but for myself, since I experienced this most of my life, you learn how to use it and use it to create common ground. So nowadays, whenever someone says like, oh yeah, you know, you must be I don't get it very, like, we don't, like, the stuff doesn't happen very much anymore in the United States. Like, what I mean is the company, that type of thing we're just describing was during my childhood. Like, nowadays it's more like asking questions and not certain of anything, right? That's the typical United States dynamics now, where if you're in that 50%, the 50% progressive group, it's all about asking questions and not making presumptions, as opposed to back in the day as in like when I was younger, presumptions made conversations more consistent. I hope your racial joke haven't upset you and making them please let me know they did. I mean, they're fine. Like, there really aren't too many things that will ever upset me or make me uncomfortable when it comes to racial jokes. It's hear me out, Procall. It's exactly what you said earlier. When you said that becoming a native speaker and becoming fluent, becoming a native speaker and becoming fluent doesn't mean very much in your opinion. That's the same as offending me and being uncomfortable, because I don't have to say that I experience racism and discrimination and know how to deal with them. I lived it. So I don't really have many uncomfortable or upset thoughts. In fact, I honestly think largely the people I talk to become more uncomfortable, upset than I do. You know the joke where like the meme where someone would put on a YouTube video and it would be someone who LARPs as a diverse person, right? And they're offended and they go on to make a video about how they're offended for people, like for specific people, right? And yet when they make that video, the vast majority of people who represent these people say it's not a big deal. Like, in fact, it's funny. That's kind of the whole LARPing situation, in my opinion. That, like, I'm learning Chinese because I want to speak Chinese and read Chinese. I'm not learning Chinese to be a native like person. Like it's now, this is a cultural thing, right? This is a really big cultural thing. When people take pride in wanting to be like someone else, that's the essence of LARPing to me. When the whole internet thing about when you're LARPing, like that's what you're doing. You're live action role playing the thing. I have no, like, maybe it's my upbringing or my Chinese heritage, but I don't go around thinking that what I do is going to change what I am. The idea is, instead of trying to be something I'm not, I'd rather be me. And that's kind of a combination of Chinese pragmatism and American like individualism. Like, I don't strive to be like anything. I'm all of the above. All of the things that I talk about, the stereotypes that I conform to of a Chinese American, is just that. I'm Chinese American. So I will tell you the things that are accurate, and I'll tell you the things that aren't. Like, what is the American side of me? I bowl. When I was younger, I went bowling. When was the last time you heard of a Chinese bowler? There are Chinese bowlers, by the way, in like the PBA, but most of them are not native Chinese. Disc golf, for example. Not too much going on there. Not too much going on there. Actually, a Chinese person not doing like a physical activity, if you're in sports, right? If you're in sports, if you're a Chinese person, here's a stereotype. If you're Chinese, you have to be an Olympian. If you're not, there's no reason to play sports. This is me projecting now, like playing into a stereotype that I know about my parents. If you're Chinese, you're an Olympian. You're not playing for the idea of sports, Western sports. You play to be an Olympian. Like, if you go to school, right? If you go to school, You're being a doctor. That's Chinese stereotyping. If you go to school, you're becoming a doctor. Nothing else. We're not talking about art. We're not talking about art. We're not talking about language learning. That's a waste of time. We're not talking about movies. No video games. Doctor. You become a doctor. Not even a president. No politics either. No politics. Politics is not pragmatic. Not pragmatic enough. Nowadays, though, you become something like an engineer of some sort, because that's where the money is, right? Very, very straight, stereotypical things. And this is not, obviously, they're still stereotypes, so it doesn't apply to everyone. Asian Fs, right? Asian Fs. Asian Fs is another stereotype. What's an Asian F? A 4.0 is an Asian F. You might be thinking like, oh wait, I thought it's a not A is an Asian F. Like, no, it goes deeper than that. A 4.0 is an F. You gotta be 4.0 plus distinction. plus distinctions. Dude, why is it this? Because I'm also American. That's why it's 4.0 plus distinction. 4.0 maybe in China, when you're competing with other Chinese people, that would be a great honor. But I am born in the United States, so my parents' expectations are that I'm better. I should be better than my competition. Because I'm two things, not one thing. That's kind of like the crude, like really, I'm like deadpanning you guys right now, because this was not LARPing. This is what not LARP it looks like. If I was LARPing, which I do a lot because I want to be sensitive and agreeable, the reality is that I like the idea that people don't have to confine themselves to these things, because these things destroy your self-esteem. Like, this type of expectation was balanced by my American upbringing, understanding that the value system is very pinpoint focused. So when I'm not LARPing, this is the reality that I live in. So whenever someone tells me what's my favorite food, I really don't have one. Right now, what I'm craving is 饺子. 饺子. Or is it 饺子? It's almost Lunar New Year, which, let's put this back into perspective. Lunar New Year is in tomorrow, so like the 17th. Lunar New Year is 17th. So right now, my favorite food would be 饺子 or 饺子. I don't know how Mandarin goes, but it's glutinous rice. It's glutinous rice in a bamboo leaf or a lotus leaf. Typically lotus leaf. It's the thing you eat for the Lunar New Year, or things that are related to celebratory things. So probably that for now. However, if we're talking about frequency, the thing that I crave most consistently when it comes to food based on frequency, any form of a noodle, any form of nudes in soup. So that's like Sichuan 牛肉汤 which is like beef noodle soup. I know that's basically what I said. Like Szechuan beef noodle soup. Sichuan 牛肉汤 or 牛肉面汤, something like that. And then you have like pho, right? Pho, ramen, right? Ramen or la mian, and anything with a noodle and a soup, I'm good to go. And yes, that includes chicken noodle soup, which is the Americana chicken noodle soup. Chicken and dumplings are fine. I don't know European noodle soups. What's a European noodle soup? Yeah, there's not quite a lot of European noodle soups. What is your favorite food, James? Noodle soups. It's one of the staples. If there's a stereotype, it's one of the staples of Asian cuisine. A noodle soup. And any form of noodle soup. It goes deeper than that. So there's pasta soup. Yeah, chicken noodle is the closest thing I can think of, but I can't think of a really hearty thing right now off the top of my head. I usually think of pasta as a dry or semi-wet. Here's a non-LARP answer to favorite foods. Why noodle soups? Why noodle soups? Soups are very time consuming. Pasta fagioli? I see. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that dish. They're very time consuming because pasta and bean soup. Okay. That not descriptive enough for me, but in terms of soup, right? The stock takes a very long time to cook, and oftentimes the type of stock that I like is like oxen tail, right? Oxen tail. Like a lot less traditional soup stock, right? And these things usually take like 6 hours. And it's maybe like 2 hours if you have a pressure cooker. Laksa, yeah, laksa, but laksa is not quite the same thing as these things. But I really appreciate the nuance of soup, because soup bases give you the cultural background a lot of times, the way soups are prepared, and then the noodles, the technique for noodles, much like pasta is, right? Like much like pasta is, also gives you a very deep understanding of its culture. It's not to say that other things don't have these things. The idea is that I like soup prep, and it comes with a lot of love and care, because you can't whip up a soup by... It's different from like taking chicken bouillon and throwing it into a pot of water situation. There are places where the same prep of the soup has been going for many years, like almost like for decades, how soup is prepared in Asian cooking. So I don't know. There's a lot of like ties with history when it comes to the cultural background of soups. And it's despite it being present in, European minestrone often has pasta too. Yeah, so it's still not quite what the soup I'm listing are, but I guess what's your type of favorite food, James? Or what's your favorite food? Does it extend even... Okay, hold up. Alright, I can't be distracted too much. We still have to complete our things today and play a bit of Kiwami 3. You merely adopted... back in my day, he sounds like a trembling... Yeah, I say back in my day quite a lot. It's an American idiom nowadays. You merely adopted the dark I was born into, molded by it. You've seen that. You honestly don't even think being offended for someone is illogical. It really isn't. It's a protective thing. It's out of benevolence and information. You do this quite a lot, actually. Like, for example, the being offended is a form of projection, and it happens on a daily basis on the internet. I'll give you a great example. When someone comes and tells someone else what they learned on the internet so that they should avoid it. That's same deal. You're being offended or being angered because you think you know better to avoid something. It's not illogical. Like, what I mean by that is it's not illogical in the sense that there is very fine reason to do so. Being angered based on information. The most common type of racism, instead of using the word racism to be respectful to those who experience racism, discriminatory. It happens on a daily basis online. It's part of regular net speak now. But it's not presented as discriminatory. It's presented as protective. It's protective projection. So whenever someone says something like, "Oh, I heard," hey guys, did you hear? I heard that this program, the people behind it, they're greedy corporate earners. Be wary, right? Be careful. Those guys, they're only after your money. That's racism. But it's discriminatory. It's a normal net speak. You're not like that's I'm not saying it's not bad, like it can be bad or it can be good. The typical internet conversation now, it's stereotyping. We just demonstrated this. James said there's pasta soup. Pasta, and then listed a bunch of things that were considered starch in a pot of like solution, right? That is how information works. So now we do discriminatory things, but it's more based on, oh, I know this, so I LARP it, right? And now that's what I mean by nowadays. It's often the exchange of information as opposed to being aware of how you're projecting your biases or your prejudices. And for me, personally, I think those things are very useful if you notice them, because then you can start talking to people empathetically or sympathetically right from the beginning, right? You know their predilections, or you can surmise what their predilections are, and then you can create a common ground. Then start like teasing apart the nuances or the particular nitty-gritty details, like comparison, similarities. I don't think you do a bit like being proud of your race or ethnicity. Okay. I don't think you do try and just be yourself and not being something you're not. I mostly say that linking back to our previous conversation. Yeah, I'm on board. That's what I was doing as well. Does it extend even a step further stereotypically? Non-Olympic sports don't even count as real sports. No. The undertone of that, when you were talking about the sports thing, if you play a sport, you have to be Olympian. It's not about the sport itself. The main driver is not technically about the sports. I'm crossing out sports because they're not concerned about sports. It's merit and legacy. So you're focusing on whether they are real sports or not. The question is there merit or legacy? The reason why when you have sports, sorry, I spelled sports. I have no idea what I was spelling there. Sports, you're an Olympian because it creates merit and legacy. It's a face culture. So you're representing a country. The idea that you're becoming an Olympian when you play a sport is because you're making your country proud, not because it's a real sport or not. Like, for example, gymnastics versus shooting, like, for example, like archery. The idea is it's not whether archery is a real sport or not, or gymnastics is a real sport, like the sport itself, is whether there's merit or legacy when it comes to your face and your country. So you're representing your country. The whole idea of becoming an Olympian is to elevate your communal contribution to your society. It's what's pragmatic about it. Other than that, it's actually, these things are exercising a skill that is not pragmatic. Now, I'm being very sharp and direct. These are my attempts to be sharp and pragmatic like my parents. I do not believe in these things. I love the arts, happiness, emotional well-being. It's part of me that is not shared with my parents, right? For example, money and merit does not guarantee happiness. But if you were to ask my parents, they do. Whether you know it or not, eventually money and merit can bring you happiness. And then there are other things, right? Like marriage and owning a house and all that stuff. Let's see. You know, our conversations about Asian versus Western values for people growing up, I don't think it's possible to take advantage of the intellectual approach of Oriental Asian culture while also taking advantage of the emotional. You don't think it's possible to take advantage of both simultaneously is what you're, in my opinion, what you're thinking. I disagree with you if you're thinking about time. Cross-sectionally, which is a common conversation that we have a lot, when you think of things cross-sectionally, most things are not simultaneous. Like, what I mean is, like, it's like having the cake and eat it, right? If they are fundamentally cross-sectionally inverse to each other or converse to each other, but that's not how life is. Life is across time. So at one point you can have a cake, at one point you can eat it, and at another point you can have a cake again. So across your time you can have both. So yes, it is possible to take advantage of the intellectual approach of Oriental Asian culture while taking advantage of the emotional approach of Western culture, when you're not thinking about it cross-sectionally, as in any instance of time. Because if you're saying that it is not possible, then what am I doing? Are you suggesting to me that I can't take advantage of the emotional approach of Western culture and at the same time use the intellectual approach of Oriental Asian culture across my life? That would be oxymoronic to me. Like, saying that to me is basically LARPing. I do not agree with you at all. But yes, if you're thinking about it simultaneously, they are at odds with each other. They are inversely interacting with each other. But when you say taking advantage, you're talking about someone's life taking advantage, as opposed, like, at least in my opinion, when you're talking about advantages. Otherwise, any cross-sectional thing, there are pros and cons on both sides. So there really isn't an advantage at any one instance of time because there are trade-offs. So when you're intellectually emotional, it's not an advantage at that one time because it's also a disadvantage emotionally. And then emotionally, if you take that, then it's disadvantageous intellectually. So neither one is an advantage when it's cross-sectional. They are part of the same. Like, they interact with each other. There's no traditional European noodle soups. Your favorite food is steak. Also, why did you switch to addressing me by my first name? I'm talking to James. James is over on Twitch, over on YouTube. I think you're answering double questions pro call right now because I'm talking to James too, like the other James. So you're like you're kind of answering double questions. Exploring whether different ethnicity races have any significant genetic difference would help put racism to bed. I disagree with that, but it certainly would provide some clarity. Either because exploring significant genetic differences could easily enhance racism as well, or have no change. All the outcomes are possible. Simply, in my opinion, when you say any significant genetic differences, discrimination is focusing on differences. You didn't say any significant genetic similarities. So in order to dispel and wield human logic and objectivity, the phrasing would be to discriminate any significant genetic similarities and differences. That would create juxtaposition. But since you said exploring whether different ethnicities and races have any significant genetic differences, that could very well enhance discrimination and racism. It is going to be more likely to create discriminatory behavior because you're focused on discriminating between races as opposed to looking at similarities. So the exploration of objective thought is to understand the subjects enough to know what are similar and different in order to create a more balanced approach to racism or discrimination. Because the very nature of looking at differences is discriminatory. So that's giving off the ideas your focus is to be racist, not focus on generalities that bring people together. It requires both of it, both sides, both of the things, and everything in between, at least in my opinion. And then yeah, simultaneously, yeah, also the same extent there in each culture. Yeah, I don't think you can, to the extent that it's present in both the cultures. I believe you have to sacrifice some amount of one of them to allow room for the other. Again, that's really speaking at any singular point in time. As far as you know, most scientific studies have found that genetic differences of races are not significant enough for a race to be considered a valid category scientifically, especially essentially as a social construct. Saying it's a social construct means that it is scientifically categorized, in my opinion. So you're busting semantics for arguing genetic differences. Genetic differences does occur scientifically and can categorically be valid. For example, there are genetic disorders that have propensity that's statistically significant to occur in very specific groups of people. And those groups of people are then grouped based on that genetic marker. So they do categorize. Now, when you're talking about the semantics of race itself is a categorization. So in all cases, when you're trying to categorize something, it is analogous to racism. When you categorize a dog and a cat, those are race. Like, what I mean is the function. If you're trying to be scientific about it, the function of categorization is to provide a semantic to categorize. So science use categorization all the time. The idea is, what is the qualification of race, right? And when you're saying it's a social construct, nearly all of categorization is a social construct. So like a dog and a cat is a social construct. Like a family of dogs and a family of cats, those are social constructs. You could call them animals, and then they belong to the same family. of animals, like phylogenetic categorization, are social constructs. So essentially trying to say that they're social constructs would also imply that they are scientifically categorized things too. Like there's really, in my opinion, no difference. Like there's a very rare difference outside of their semantics. So when someone talks about race, they're talking about a categorization. How are they social constructs? Are you talking about scientifically about the idea of family of dogs? The semantics of categorization is a social construct. Like when you're trying to categorize something, that's a social construct. The alternative that you don't have to do is a dog is a dog. Like what I mean is that thing is a thing. Yeah, you're categorizing the animals themselves. But I was using something more generic. I don't really know how dogs are categorized. I mean, you have species and genus, right, in a way to categorize them. My thought about James's comment, not yours, Procol, is the idea that somehow the word is what is considered a valid category scientifically. And my thought is, you might think, okay, well then what's a good example? A planet. We talked about this before, like a planet. A living thing. If there is valid categorizations scientifically, right, when you're arbitrarily determining the categorization based on whatever scientific categorization you have, then there would be no debate over its categorization. I think saying something is simply a social construct, if you want to be scientific about it, or like how significant it is, you just mean based on biology. Based on biology, you can separate and categorize them based on genetics. And if race is categorized based on those genetic differences, not how much, right? When you say based on biology, you are saying I am arbitrarily deciding a threshold of difference. That's literally saying it's a social construct to me. So how are you arbitrarily threshold creating a social construct based on biology? I mean, you could do it differently. You could say, instead of using the word biology, you could say based on genetics. And then when you start to change it based on genetics, right? If you make it based on genetics, then nearly every single individual is genetically different. What you stated was they were not significantly genetically different. So the genetic difference between each individual is not significant. What is that? What did you decide was not like genetically, like significantly different? The last time I checked, when you think about the difference or the resolution of an individual, you could get down to the base pair. And if you're thinking like, okay, well, obviously there's no categorization at the base pair level. A lot of genetic disorders, right now are categorized based on their dispositions on even less genetic differences than what you're classifying as race. Like, for example, someone who has a TRP1 mutation. And this is me not LARPing anymore, right? I'm actually talking about genetics now. So the genetic difference is, this is a categorization. So if you're thinking that there's no genetic differences to qualify as race, and because race is a social construct, fair enough. That's not your opinion. You just read that's the scientific consensus. You read it somewhere. So, and the scientific consensus is that wherever you read it is the projection of that scientific consensus. I think arguing that people do not have significant genetic differences in order to provide race, I think that's semantics, in my opinion. If it's not your opinion, that doesn't deflect the importance of you sharing that information with me, right? So again, I'm reinforcing the whole LARPing thing where you read it somewhere and then share it, and it would be wonderful if there were insight to why you shared it. You heard it here first, folks. Biology is arbitrary and therefore useless. Physics rules. Physics, yeah, we're not going to go into there because I don't know enough about physics. Nearly, you disagree as you think everybody is genetically different. They are technically, everybody is technically genetically different if it's qualified on the level of genetics. But since we're talking about biology, I would say no, not really, right? And that makes it, in my opinion, a social construct, because you're arbitrarily defining what the categorization is. So if race is a social construct, so is in my opinion, so is every other form of categorization. You have to socially come to a consensus as to what qualifies as the categorization. Maybe my idea of social construct. Let me think of it. Let me look at social construct. Like how people define social constructs, I guess. Is an idea, concept, or practice that exists only because people in society agree that it exists and behave as it is real, right? So if you believe that your categorization is accurate for a specific categorization, then it is a social construct. Like, to qualify what is genetically different requires that society agree that it exists based on evidence, right? And then behave as though it is real. So when we think that there is no significant genetic differences between people, then we accept that we can treat those people as having no significant genetic differences. And yet here I am, a retired person who's interested in genetics, and thinking that even a singular mutation is the difference between someone who has cancer and someone who doesn't. Or someone who has a mutation that's carried in their line has a predisposition for cancer, making them arguably categorized in a different place, right? Not that they're not, again, this doesn't qualify them as race. Obviously, I'm not making the argument that race is not a social construct. Race is a social construct. I'm trying to like add to what I understand about valid categories scientifically, right? I believe that valid category scientifically is accurate. It is also a social construct, is what I'm saying. So like, I don't think saying that race is a social construct is as significantly different from saying other categorizations in science are not social constructs. They are very much, in my opinion, also social constructs. Because we're human. Like, the human condition is that we agree on categorizations and therefore it is real. Are you holding a threshold of a certain amount of genetic differences in this conversation? No, not really. I'm choosing to illustrate that one base pair, which is the lowest resolution that I can think of, that is different between someone, right? That could be different between someone, is sufficient. I'm arguing for sufficiency as opposed to a threshold. Yeah, it can be a threshold. So I'm arguing for sufficiency. So it is a threshold, right? And the threshold is that one base pair mutation can define the difference between someone dramatically, right? Like, or you could even make it an argument of a chromosome. Perhaps a chromosome could be a great one, which is still meaning that, like, if you're saying men and women, for example, men and women are not genetically significantly different, right? Like, there's no significant genetic difference between men and women. And it's the presence and absence, you can generically, I'm saying this with big hand wavy thing, the genetic and absence of a Y chromosome, right? So we can still categorically or semantically say that there are no significant difference between men and women genetically because of the presence of a Y chromosome. I still think it's like, it's a social construct. Men and women are human. So there's no genetic significant difference between men and women on the premise that we categorize men and women as human. Not because they don't have genetic differences, but because they're human. So you could argue that, well, human is a valid categorical scientific categorization of men and women, and then on the other hand, gender, which is what some people may argue, is somehow a social construct because we talk about gender outside of science. But I don't necessarily think race is running parallels. I think that race is somewhat running parallel to gender, right? It's interesting. Like, it's a really good point. I think James, like both James, I guess, both of you, are raising really interesting points that the future might have to contend with. I genuinely have thought about this for some time. You guys kind of, I don't know if you guys like this stuff or not, but there's a bunch of can of worms that I thought about when I was still a geneticist, I suppose, when I was a geneticist. And I often talk to, if you ever watched the movie Gattaca, I don't know if you guys ever watched Gattaca. It's like 1990s. Uma Thurman? In it, the idea is we are going to be living in a world. We're going to be living in a world that there is going to be scientific categorization at the resolution of genetics, and that, like, I don't want to raise too much controversy, but like the whole 23andMe situation, that type of thing, which is related to the whole racial profiling stuff, creating racial profiles, that stuff goes really deep. And it's interesting to see that there's some sort of scientific consensus on the idea of racial stuff. But then again, the whole racial stuff also plays into genetic disorders. And that stuff is not seen as categorization based on race, but it does have an implication of race, which I've mentioned before, like sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell was one of them that I talked about before momentarily, as well as Tay-Sachs. Right, Tay-Sachs. Those are things that have connection to racial categorizations, but largely due to its genetic enrichment. Anyways, that's more than what we want to talk about today. I might have to. We'll do like another 30 reviews, but it's very important. I think it's great to realize that that's what people say. I'm genuinely curious how the scientific community, what is it that is the scientific community that talks about race stuff. On if you want a particular projection of my own opinion, I use categorization at the resolution that the whatever is being presented. So I agree with you that there's no genetic differences of race that are significant enough for race. Understanding that the categorization is based on species at the species level. So since we're all of the same species and there isn't a large genetic driver to differentiate our categorization as a species, that's usually what I would think of when I think of race, right? There's no higher emergent level that determines a group of people based on their characterizations beyond being human, right? Like above the emergent levels of human, at least for now. And then I understand that James was making a comment to Procall's comment about understanding the genetic differences, if there are genetic differences between nationalities and ethnicities. That's probably the most reasonable thing I could say. It would be very interesting if there are or aren't, because remember that negative data suggests that it's strongly negative, as in when you confirm and keep confirming that there's not enough significant data, right? Not enough significance, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Going back to scientific inquiry. When you have a negative result, right, it suggests that it is less likely. It is rarely ever suggesting that it does not exist, which is a topic that we talked about before. The idea of confirmation bias, like confirming something requires, converging evidence. And then negative results suggest that it is less likely. It is a far cry from saying it does not exist, right? Which is something that I focus on quite a lot when it comes to like arguments about facts and observational science. Okay, wait, are you holding that definition could envelop pretty much everything? It pretty much can. Oh, okay. So in terms of sufficiency is why you say nearly everybody. Yeah, I talk about sufficiency because I can't know these things. Like for me, I can't know these things, and I don't know if other people can know these things to begin with. And then yeah, molecular biology is that like ancestry? Wait, what context was that? Both you and your dad absolutely despise things like that. The idea of a random company having our genes on file is disgusting. Oh, the 23andMe situation. It's very controversial. I'm gonna be as agreeable as I can about that. From the definition of social construct you read, which isn't a social construct. Oh, okay. An idea, concept, or practice that exists only because of people in society agrees that it exists and behaves that it is real. These constructs are created through social interactions and cultural history or shared tacit understanding rather than being natural or objective, inherent truths. They shape, form, and change over time. You can know that everyone's genetic is different. I'm guessing you were replying thinking of something different. You can know that everyone's genetically different. Everyone is genetically different. I didn't say everyone is significantly genetically different. You have to determine what significance is. You're stating that you can know. Oh, you can know. Oh, sorry. You can know, yeah. I can know that everyone's genetically different, and you're countering because I don't know. You can ideally know. But I'm not talking about ideals. Because first, it would mean that you have to have access to everyone. You have to know that how they're different. Racial categories used to be seen as equivalent to different species. I understand that. Yeah, that's what they used to. In the eugenics, right? Scientific racism era, yeah. Yeah, that's why the danger of that, right? The dangers of that. However, it's also dangerous to say everything is the same. Or everything is similar. So I'm countering, I'm balancing the two. It's both. It's not that everyone is different or there's equivalent to different races because of racial categorization, but it doesn't mean that everything is similar either. So saying that there's no genetic differences of races are not significant enough to be races, right? I'm being very careful about this. There are significant genetic differences between people. Whether that constitutes as a race, fair enough. But I don't want to de-emphasize the idea that when someone says, oh, there's basically no significant genetic differences, race can be categorized as something else. Like, you could be suggesting like, oh, okay, well, I'm no different from you, right? Yeah, because there are groups of people, and it's still important to know that. So we have to keep them, like, I don't want to have the opposite, where, like, for example, this is what I worry about when I think of genetic diseases. I'm sorry if this is a little sidestep, but I think of genetic diseases a lot. And when I think of genetic diseases, when people keep saying we're all the same, right? Or we're similar enough, that's when the genetic disease problem has a problem, right? So like, oh, you have lung cancer, right? You have lung cancer. Oh, you're the same species. So therefore your lung cancer is genetically significantly the same as every other lung cancer, right? And that's where the opposite is happening. So we're like, what I'm trying to do is we're in here. We try to be in here. Science, in my opinion, is in here. They don't say all or none. Like, it's not significant. It is significant. It's usually like a mixed bag. And then when we have a consensus, right? When we have a consensus, or whoever the consensus is that it is sufficient. Or the word significance, right? And these are determined by a threshold, by whoever's threshold it is. So my purpose, I guess my intent here was to demonstrate that we don't know if there are differences in the sense of being significant, right? Whatever the significance is. However, there are differences and there are similarities as well. Whether they do not produce a significance is kind of socially determined to some extent. Like, what is not a significant genetic difference could mean the difference between someone who has cancer and someone who doesn't, or like a group of people who have unnaturally long longevity, right? Maybe based on their diet. A lot of times people use socially their diet, but then you look at their genetics and like, is there a difference? Well, if you're prescribing to the idea that there shouldn't be any significant difference between genetics, then you would simply assume that the genetics has nothing to do with their longevity, which is, in my opinion, not necessarily how science view things despite having consensus. They would investigate whether there is a genetic difference or not that's clustered based on their longevity and their diet. And I'm talking about like Okinawans or something like that. Or to relate it to like an Asian group out of curiosity. Or like an Eskimo. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Or like the height. You know, the height thing. Or the black hair and the brown eye situation. Or the cleft, you know, the widow's peak. I'm stating like things that Procol has brought up, like the propensity for hair, male pattern baldness, you know, the baldness patterns, or eye color, a vocal strength, like muscular density and things like that. Those type of characterizations. We can all procreate and produce fertile offspring. Your very reductive understanding what makes something the same species. Yes, that is the categorization that we chose. Or like, that's the consensus. That's the scientific consensus. The capacity to procreate. And you can know that everyone. Okay, yeah. And then you're starting. Okay. Sorry, you'll go further and say you do know that everyone is genetically different. I assume that everybody is genetically different. I don't know that everybody is genetically different. Procol. The difference between when for me, when I say I do know something, it is, and you're talking about science, it is meaning that it is observed. I don't know that. I assume and presume that everybody is genetically different. So if we're really talking about semantics, I don't, because I did not test this. Like myself, I did not test this. Theoretically, by assumption, when I understand how genetics work, I presume that everyone is genetically different. And even then, when we're talking about idealism, at the cellular stage, when twinning happens, at that very moment, there are actually more than one individual to have the same genetics. So if we keep talking about idealisms, you can poke holes in idealisms. So when I said I don't know that everyone is genetically different, I really do mean it. Because I do not observe that. I am presuming that everyone's genetically different. Off topic, you watched the film 1984? Oh, 1984 is a great, yeah, it's a great film. Yeah, also the author of Animal Farm, yeah. I have seen 1984. Depends on the perspective of significance. That's the whole point. Procol. Depending on perspective. It's literally the whole point. There's a clear significant genetic difference when it comes to stuff like UV exposure, vitamin D production. That's exactly the point. Oh, cheers for getting a dig at you for that. Oh, the Widow's Peak thing. The only way I'll believe that you don't know that everyone's genetically different is that if you're thinking about the chance of genetically the same twins. I was just backing your point. Oh, okay. Oh, you were okay. Fair enough. Yeah, so genetic twinning, like when you have twinning, right? When we're talking about humans, again, we're talking about humans. But obviously, you could talk about bacteria, right? You can talk about bacteria too. Now, hear me out. I'm under the opinion. I have lots. Like for me, I presume. So when you're saying that you're challenging me by saying I don't know things are genetically different, I believe it. Protocol. Like, that is my opinion. Like, I actually agree with you. I am comfortable enough to say that all humans are genetically different. And not necessarily for the same reasons. One of the biggest parts that I study was epigenetics. Epigenetic markers. And one of the things that defeat twins, one of the things that may define against twins, is that epigenetic markers still may vary. So even then, you can find a counter argument to the likelihood of twins, like at the cellular stage, right? When they twin, at that point, they are the closest thing possible to be genetically similar. However, even then, you could possibly find epigenetic markers that are different. And when you're talking about like UV exposures, vitamin D production, all those things, the environments can affect epigenetic markers. And if you're thinking about what is epigenetic, things are not simply genetic. Like when you're thinking about DNA, that's genetics. But DNA interacts with epigenetic markers. So the properties, despite having very similar things, the epigenetic markers may be different. That's how you can distinguish between someone despite sharing a very strong similarities. They are all intertwined. So like your UV exposure, it can generate different types of epigenetic markers, which modifies the function of it. This is emergence. So when you're thinking about like someone who has the same, like if you sequence something and there's like two things, right? If you sequence something and say they're like 99% alignment, as in these are identical based on sequence, with like they are essentially non-significant, right? Not significantly different. It's a couple of things. And even then we can make an argument that point mutations and create transformations, right? So let's ignore that and say, okay, well, they're basically the same. These point mutations or the environment that they are in produces different epigenetic markers. So the stuff that's on top of your genetic like your genetics, can vary depending on the person. So this is considered a genetic variance to me that you can't see if you're looking at the genetic sequence. And that's part of genetics. You think, like you said, it's also a big matter where you draw the line of difference. Like what particular haplogroups to put, Asians and white and black, and why those categories exist. Yeah, like for example, it would be really cool to understand pigmentation of skin, right? Pigmentation of skin, that would be a categorization, right? Globally, ethnic diversity, you would think it would be more like a continuum of differences based on ancestry and environment. For example, where in Eurasia is the point at which the race changes? Yeah. So we're talking about like speciations now. Or like the concept of speciation, which is when a dominant phenotype, I'm going to use phenotype, a dominant phenotype appears, right? For example, was the origin that everyone had like fair skin, and then at some point there's an occurrence, like you could argue for like phylogeny based on like presented phenotypes. That would be a threshold, right? Or the qualifications of a race is often due to observable phenotypes. I'm using phenotypes as presentable characteristics, right? When people talk about Asians, they're combining a specific combination of observable phenotypes as opposed to evaluating on their genetic differences, right? That's kind of what I mean by there's a really large gap between what constitutes as a genetic difference and the phenotype the genetic difference presents. So like, what is the phenotype or the genetic distance that is responsible for like white skin, for example, white skin and black skin, or any variances in between? Like, what is the threshold? So in order to create that granularity, you would create a threshold, which is like whatever is sufficient. So whenever someone talks about sufficiency, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about a presentable phenotype that is categorized into race. Like, race is a combination of observable phenotypes. On the genetic level, it's probably insignificant because the granularity of genetic differences is pretty small. It's incredibly small. It's small to the point that when you think about it, when you think about correlating it with a large phenotype, there's a huge threshold. Like, for example, the threshold of someone having blue eyes. Like, what? That is a huge threshold between someone who has black eyes, or like brown eyes. Sorry, not black eyes, brown eyes. Brown eyes. And the genetic differences have so much resolution between this. So because of that resolution, I reckon there might not be a statistical significance. However, when you see the presentation of blue and brown eyes, those can present as groups, despite having the granularity of genetics. It's weird. So there may or may not be differences still. Like, the questions that I've been trying to answer is not necessarily eyes, but I'll demonstrate it using eyes. Like, for example, the ancestry and the environment could have selected for an epigenetic marker in their current place of origin, right? This is starting to sound like race and culture, I understand. This can predispose epigenetic markers, and epigenetic markers can be inherited. So despite looking at what a lot of people call genetic differences, their coding differences, you can still inherit markers or factors that affect the expression of your genetic code without having the genetic code representing the differences between their phenotypes. And that's crazy to think about, because that's why whenever I hear scientific consensus, I hear what is currently accepted as the likely case or the unlikely case. It doesn't confirm that it either exists or doesn't exist. And that's kind of a really neat thing. Just for the record, the difference here is some of the stuff that I was studying, I was curious why when you have a virus, right? This is the virus. And you have all identical virus. You have a bunch of identical viruses. And you're using it. Wait, what happened? Hold up. So when you're using it, why do these viruses have patterns of entry? So like one of the byproducts, this was not like the focus of the research, it was an observation. So you have a virus that has effectively the same code, right? The same code. And somehow when you infect a host who is the same host, or like a bunch of different hosts, even within the same host, there's a different location preference. Like there's different locations, different effects when this virus, and to cut it short, viruses, they target based on their complementation. So basically the viruses should, right, be the same. They should be selecting for specific things to bind to specific things with like accuracy and precision, with no like predilections or noise. But that's not what happened. It's not what happened. It was binding based on something else influencing it at the same time. And when the host, we come to determine that you can also observe, you can profile certain things that would attract certain markers to those places. So those things are not coded in the sequence. It's what they're associated with out on top of their genetic material. So whenever you like infect someone, right, like for like this is a retrovirus. When you infect someone with a retrovirus, their targeting is affected by something even beyond their genetic code. So when you're thinking about like phenotypes, like is there a race that is there a group of people that is susceptible to viral infections, for example, of a specific type? There might be. There's a chance. Or is it a specific group that live under a specific environment in a geographical setting with a specific diet? It's possible. It's still possible because the genetic factors go beyond simply the genetic code. And that's the emergence level that I'm talking about. The level that I was looking at was the epigenetic level. And why do I say this with like a because this drove me insane. Like this is the stuff that was of interest when I was studying, when I was in science still. This was coming to fruition. Like people were trying to observe these things. They were trying to connect epigenetic markers and then maybe correlate it with their genetic code in order to determine together if there is a higher level of order in interaction between things. And if you're arguing that it is the genetic code that determines like the phenotype presentation or like grouping strategies, turns out, you know, with most things in science, after you know even more, it raises even more questions. So right now, I would definitely agree that according to the genetic code, like the genome, right, there are no significant phenotypic corollaries that are significant. There are, however, genetic differences that are very important, but they're not important to the phenotype that we're talking about. So like skin color, eye color, hair color, prominent features, those are not quite significant. The rest, this is the world I lived in, honestly. Like I looked for genetic differences between cells, and the cells have, if we had to take a gamble, cells within a host probably has less genetic differences than cells between hosts. And even then, it is probably less significantly different between disparate things. And I'm not talking about humans even. I'm talking about even simpler, you know, even more confined genomes. And that's really cool. It's cool and also like aggravatingly complicated. And that's where I was going with my research, by the way. And I found that I'm too stupid to comprehend it. For now, I was too ignorant to comprehend it at the moment, right? Because I didn't know enough. So the results of my laboratory thesis, like my PhD, came up with like a bunch of things. Like, oh, this looks like a pattern. This looks like a pattern. This looks like it can cluster together, I guess. It's like maybe this is what makes this virus do this thing, even though like there's no other way to determine why it's happening. And that's what happened in science. And it came down to like, wow, imagine dedicating my entire, I could probably spend my entire life trying to figure out why you would have a duplicate of a virus which has a sequence that is seemingly promiscuous. It should have been like non-specific, and when you're observing it, there seems to be a propensity to select for particular places anyways. And that's kind of like one of the long-standing questions and validity of my research. My research was marred by unaccountable factors that were not predictable based on the level of understanding that we had, and that's crazy. It makes me smile because that's what science is about. You always have more questions the more you know. Dolly the sheep or the G quadruplex problem of RNA virus. Oh, you're talking about when I was the epigenetic stuff, right? I like your message. Write something special below and give it glitz and what the heck? For the first time ever, your voice made you jump. What happened? Is cancer a type of retrovirus? No, it's not. Although what retroviruses can do can overlap with what the process of cancer. So retroviruses can cause insertional mutagenesis, right? Retroviruses can cause insertional mutagenesis, which is what we talked about the other time, where you have a virus and you have your host, right? And what happens is the virus will line up with the host, the retrovirus. We're talking about a retrovirus. And what they do is they integrate into the host. So let's just make this thicker. So when a host is infected, then it would look like this. So the virus sequence becomes part of the host. And when the cell duplicates and replicates, right? When it replicates, it carries these copy. That's what a RT virus is. Like a retrovirus, part of its life cycle will be part of the host genome. And because of this, notice that there's going to be a break here. So whatever was here is an insertional mutagenesis, right? It basically is a mutation, because whatever was here can be lost. It can, like, the function can be lost. So what happens is in cancer, when you have this like virus, when you have your genome, right, after replicating, occasionally there's going to be loss or changes in your DNA while you're going. That's the same process. Eventually there's enough of these to cause a phenotype, and that phenotype is often something that can present as cancer. It can present as other things too, but cancer is one of the phenotypes. So this is the threshold. Transformation is a threshold. It's not accounting for everything. Like, what I mean is, it's not telling you all the things that contribute to cancer. When cancer happens, it's the final thing that triggers its transformation. So the goal a lot of times in research is, how do we predict all the other things? Because cancer is multifaceted. So like a lot of times, or most of the time in research, especially oncology, you use phenotypes. You take tumors. And tumors are transformations of a cell, right? So one cell expands, and that one cell expands rapidly, and you're hoping that they have the same expansion. They're monoclonal is what the term I would say. Monoclonal means that all these cells will have the same copy. It will expand because it's expanding from a single clone. So when you look at this, when you extract a tumor, all of these should have very, very similar sequences. They should all line up, like even down to the base pair. Like, I'm writing these things as mutations, but occasionally they're slightly different. And even then, that's tolerable, right? Like that's okay, that mutation could have happened, but what you're trying to gather is what is the major profile of the tumor. And you note all these base pairs because you're comparing it to a normal cell. A normal cell will not have these markers there, as in their mutation doesn't exist in a normal cell. Like a neighboring cell that is normal, they might not have the marker, or you compare it to a normal human being, like a human being that doesn't have cancer. And what you can tell is you can do the differential analyses and figure out all the markers that contribute to that cancer. Now, it's very difficult to know what contributes to the progress of that cancer, like what all these things do. So what happens is you have to study every single one of these things, ascertain their function, their mode of mechanism of action, and then see how it all fits together. And that's kind of where genetic studies are. What happens is you can take a virus, like the virus that I have, that we worked on, and then we can inject it into a host. I'm not going to use specifics to be like a little bit respectful to people who might be sensitive to like testing and whatnot. So you effectively take an identical pool of viruses, you inject into a host, and they create tumors, right? These tumors have millions, billions of cells, and those cells can then be aligned to their normal counterparts. And you can then start to track what is different between the normal one and the tumor one. And then you try to find out if anyone studied these genes. And I'm putting genes in quotation because we don't, science don't only study coding frames. Like this is like 40 years ago or more, where everything is genes. Like they're always talking about coding frames because there are non-coding frames too, right? You mentioned RNA, right? Or like even there's non-coding regions. So there are places where they don't code for a specific functional gene, they code for something else, and something that isn't witnessed like traditionally. So all of this has to be gleaned. They have to test all of these things. You have to test them then in a model, a functional model. So every single non-coding or coding thing, when they are selected for, you have to test them to see how they come together. And that takes like 3 lifetimes, in my opinion. Or like, if you're lucky, you would have like a large group, and each person like takes on a separate thing, and then have them all collaborate together to figure out to put the pictures together. So that's kind of like taking the thing apart and then trying to reassemble them and hope that they come together in a way that it's meaningful. And that's where I was. I was at this level. I was at the screening level. I had a model that I was working on, and I wanted to know if there's anything I can tell from doing this. And this wasn't in humans. So I wasn't like, there's no human testing. That's ethics and moral problems. Okay. Is the mimicry cancer uses the main reason is hard to cure? Is the mimicry cancer uses the main reason? Is the mimicry cancer uses the main reason is so hard to cure? I don't know if you're really late, but what did James mean on YouTube by objective versus constructive? Go as far as objective versus constructive. Though it came after the globally ethnic diversity, you would think it would be more like a continuum of differences based on ancestry and environment. For example, we're in Eurasia, Where in Eurasia is the point at which the race changes as far as objective versus construct? I think the idea is like most of the stuff we're talking about is trying to find something observable or like presumed to be true. And like which would form a construct. You're referring to your message above to that, yeah. Or even like an arbitrary threshold. This relates to protocol, what we were talking about when this is exactly what I mean by the whole Peterson thing. When you gave me that video about belief and evidence, right? The idea that these are related to each other. Because it is the belief that's based on evidence that things are held observably true enough. It is not held that you observably know everything. You see what I mean? Like the whole idea of making that argument is with the whole Peterson thing regarding is it's both. Most things are objective constructs, like the constructive and objective. It's like a continuum of it. It's a balance between the things. Because when you said that you would argue against me, that I know, like I actually observably know that everyone is genetically different. I don't. Unless we actually do it. Then we know. We believe with high consistency that the likelihood is that everyone is genetically different. And I made an even higher argument, like an even quicker, like even more multifaceted argument, that even despite having incredibly genetically similar genomes, they will still likely behave differently because of epigenetic interactions. So that creates an even more unlikely idea that based on genetics that they are the same or like very similar. And even despite all of that, what is objective is observable and measurable. And if it doesn't exist, then it is not objective purely, right? If we're talking about objective versus construct, that's if something is objective and not objective. When I say I don't know that everyone's genetically different, I am being objective. When you're arguing with me and say, oh, I can objectively know that everyone is genetically different, yes, ideally I can know that everyone's genetically different. At the moment, I don't know, because that is the objective truth. Unless you're willing to do a 23andMe thing where like everyone gets genetically sequenced, and then the entire genetic sequence gets deposited to a global registry, and then you somehow know that you accounted for everyone on this planet, then yes, I would agree with you. Ideally, objectively, you could know that you could measure if everyone is genetically different or not down to a base pair. Ideally. That's not being objective. That's based on belief. Right? It's extrapolation. Right? You're extrapolating that the likelihood is highly improbable. It's so highly improbable that it is true. And I agree with you. And disagree with you at the same time. It's about how if race wasn't culturally defined in the same way, we wouldn't be able to discover it based on empirics. Yeah, that's fair enough, James. Fair enough. I can see what you mean by that. Yeah, so the way to distinguish one of the aspects, I'm gonna stop my review here, so we're just gonna play Kiwami for the rest of the day. I wasn't expecting to digress today. So the idea to contrast between objective versus construct is the idea that you can construct something with minimal observation, or even not possible with empirics, right? That's kind of, I agree with you, James. So in order to make this like a 1 versus 0, 0 versus 1 situation, I agree with you. This would be a great defining line. A construct can be created where it's maybe not even possible with empirics, or it requires minimal empirics. Basically like, oh, hey, this person belongs to this group. And you can kind of argue that the empirics that you're determining says they're not different. But the construct says they're different. Right? Now, this is where I paused a little, because empirics include phenotypes. Empirics have different emergent levels. So when someone has black skin, for example, and someone has white skin, despite it creating a racial categorization, before we had the resolution of the particular empirics that we have, like genetics, right? This was a form of empirics. White skin and black skin is observational empirics. That is why I still have problems talking and disseminating or distinguishing what is objective versus construct, because at some point in human categorization, this observing these things, observing these phenotypes, are a form of empirics. You're observing things, you're measuring things. Someone has darker skin, someone has lighter skin. That's a form of empirics. Until the resolution increases, there's an arbitrary threshold for necessary empirics. Like, for example, how water is different from hard water. You could argue that this is not empiric anymore, because it doesn't define the difference between these in the way that now we know what water is and hard water is at a molecular level, or even a subatomic level. So despite understanding what you mean by the theoretical difference between objective versus construct, which is great because that's how you would define it in order to make them different terms. I agree with you that those are the different terms. Inherently, the constructs that we have are based on empirics still. Empirics to me is using observational skills. So your observational things. So a race of dark-skinned people is using the empirics that you can observe darker skin in them. Much like the categorization which I shared before of phenotypes. And phenotypes were used for, what do you call them? Phylogeny. Before there was genetic analysis, before genetics, it was phylogenetic categorizations. Like a species have wings. A species has placentas. A species had like marsupials, right? Or egg laying. These are empirics. However, now our empirics have higher resolution. It's at a different emergence level. So to me, a lot of times when people talk about categorization, they often talk about comparing different forms of categorization under the same discipline. So when scientists, quote unquote scientists, classified by phenotypes of yesteryear, they were considered empirics. And now, arbitrarily, because of the advent of genetics, genetics has become a gold standard for empirics. And now the other stuff are no longer, they're like empirics adjacent. And maybe in the future, when I talk about genetics, people will be classified by epigenetics as well. Plus epigenetics and genetics put together. So in the long run, I still have problems dissociating those two in the reality, not the conceptual. So I understand the conceptual difference between objective. Your comment is very poignant, right? If you're trying to conceptually idolize ideally what a construct is versus an objective thing is, that would be a great way to explain it, the difference. Like the absence, maybe possibly like the absence of something objective. You think the case of Indigenous Australians is interesting? A lot of them think of themselves as black, relate to Black American culture. Their skin is actually generally very dark. Yeah, it's so fascinating. Like, I think what is really incredible about our ability to like categorize but then get new information and see the nuances, you can combine all of those things, right? That's kind of how we're doing it. We're like, okay, so what are these Aussie indigenous and I don't know, African, for example, African indigenous, and at the level of their skin, right? At the level of their skin, they are categorized. And then we can think of it as the level of their genetics, they're also categorized. And are they coherent with each other? That's to me, that's the bulk of genetic I'm being reductive here, sorry. That's the like the bulk of genetic research to me. The idea is you take one empirics, which is the phenotype. You take the phenotypic empirics, and then you try to correlate it with the genetic empirics. So the stuff that I could measure at the genetic level, I'm trying to make sense of it at a higher categorical level. So that's kind of like going from physics to trying to explain, using physics to explain chemistry, to explaining biology, right? It's tough. And we're going into this, like, for the record, there's no reason to change any of our lexicon and our colloquialism, because we're strictly talking about semantics. I think all of us can conceptually know that these things are different and there's a lot of like granularity and whatnot. I think is really fun that we're learning language, right? Like, this is the language learning related thing. Language, I want to quote John Green, but I'm not as eloquent as John Green. But John Green, in one of, I think it was a 2023 vlog, he's an author, right? He writes stuff. John Green talked about categorization. He literally talked about categorization. And he even threw in like the Pluto thing, the planet thing. The planet, it might be earlier than 2023. And he talked about how social constructs. He talked about social constructs and the arbitrariness of categorization in the relation of linguistics, right? Linguistics. However, he had a deeper cut. The deeper cut is the limits of language of expression and of like how to disseminate information and create like understanding between each other, and that delved into semantics. And he inherently went down to the idea that outside of pure telepathy, you know, like this is me interjecting, outside of pure telepathy, anything downstream of it, categorization, language, it inherently will be not the whole picture. And to me, I'm going to interject, when it's not the whole picture, then it's not a it's a varying degree of objectivity. So nearly all the things we do, to me, when I'm thinking about what John Green talked about, everything that comes out of humans, like when you're reading and finding information, is a varying degree of objectivity. The very nature of collecting information, observing, and then disseminating that information and trying to communicate that information is categorically less objective than the very observation and experience of that individual. So inherently, whenever I think of someone saying, oh, this is purely objective, it doesn't exist. We can ideally conceptualize what pure objectivity is, sort of, and yet we're human. So the very nature of being human kind of adulterates the objectivity. Now, we do have thresholds, right? There are definitely thresholds of truth and thresholds of falsehood. And where does race, the social construct of race, lands? Right? There's a good XKCD for this. Oh, there is? What's a XKCD? You're gonna have to elaborate on it. So where does race land is probably what I'm saying there. Where does race, the racial like colloquialism, land on the falsehood and the truthful status? It's a webcomic? Oh, okay, let me see. XKC. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. I started watching Yuru Camp, by the way. I didn't realize that they had a second and a third season, so I'm kind of like rewatching the first season. It's really... Have you seen K-On! On a different matter? Purity. Oh, I typed in webcomic. Oh, this guy. I didn't realize that's what it's called. Or these things, anyways. I don't know if it's a guy or something, but... Oh, yeah. I didn't realize there's like a... I don't know, like a repository. Or like a place, like a medium. Interesting. Which, by the way, Yuru, have you seen K-On! I really think Yuru, what Yuru Camp does for camping, K-On! Does for like music. It's one of those like clubs, sorry, an unrelated thing. It reminds me of like your club activity. The new one is Euphonium or something. Hang on. What is it called? Euphonium anime? Hang on. What is the anime? Why is my... Yeah, Euphonium. Or Sound Euphonium. Oh, you watched K-On! Many years ago? There's a new one by the same Kyoto Studios. I'm pretty sure this is Kyoto Studios as well. Their current series called Sound Euphonium is very similar. You watch How's Moving Castle last night? So good. Oh yeah, such a great one. Sound Euphonium is on its 3rd season, and it's apparently peaking, like still peaking, like it's still going up. Sound Euphonium is by the same people, like very similar people when it comes to like animation quality and overall direction and whatnot. So this one is like a K-On thing too. It deals with the ban thing. But Yuru is a good time. Yuru camp is really, really chill. Sorry, as a side note, because I wanted to watch something very cozy. You seem to have a lot of cozy things. Do you watch a lot of Miyazaki films, James? I have seen... I still haven't brought myself to watch his last film. His last film. But I am a Miyazaki fan for sure. I have seen all his films, including the Lupine stuff on the side. Is the fact that cancer tries to fly under the radar and have other cells believe it's not a foreign body the main reason it's hard to cure? Oh, is that what you mean? That's kind of funny that you're saying that. I don't think it's because they fly under the radar. You have to one of the things you have to one thing to appreciate is a cancer cell is a normal cell with the delta. So when a cancer cell transforms, it's that specific final delta. If you know what I mean. So it's not flying under the radar or anything. Like what I mean is a cancer cell didn't acquire a function that makes it difficult to target. It's that the cancer cell is your normal cell with the final transformation. Like that one change is the thing. Like for example, 2 people running, right? And one person falls down. That person now is different from the other person. Like, let's just say you and your clone run on a track, but by chance, you tripped. Like, your clone tripped. That's cancer. So now your clone is cancer, and you're not. And the difference between you two is because the clone tripped once. That's the only difference. Or like you and your clone, when you're running, right? And something somewhere made your clone run 0.1 second, a millisecond slower. That's cancer. So the idea is the reason why it's very difficult is because the delta between cancer and your normal cell is very small, but very big. Hear me out. Let's tie it all back to our race thing, right? The whole race categorization. When you talk about genetic differences, right? Genetic differences. Think about the phenotype of a cancer cell and a normal cell. And then you try to make an argument on genetic differences on phenotypes of race. Well, here, our categorization between a cancer cell and a normal cell is gigantic colloquially because it presents a phenotype that is different from that. But if you think about it, at this level of resolution, the resolution of genetics and like maybe the cell itself, if you plate a cell, if you plate normal cells onto like a petri dish, right, and give it all it needs, and you place a cell, your cancer cell on a petri dish, I can tell you now, despite this insignificant number of changes, like typically at a multicellular, multi-organismal level, like a higher order, despite this minor difference, it can mean the difference between a cell behaving dramatically different versus a normal cell. That's why genetics has created this idea that there are thresholds to changes. A transformation is very highly it still is very difficult to distinguish at a higher level. And one of the higher level is the level of proteins. When you're talking about like, oh, why is it so hard to treat normal cells and cancer cells? At proteinaceous levels, cellular levels even, it's difficult to distinguish between them. And the things that are distinguishable are the things that right now medicine and science is targeting, like the growth pathways, all the little genes that you're studying. So all of the point mutations, that's what you're studying. And despite knowing all of those things, it's still very difficult to determine and target something that differs between a normal cell and a cancer cell. Even despite that. So whenever someone tells me like there's no genetic, like significant genetic differences between people, it's tough. It's tough for me to express this because like if you think a cancer cell is very different from a normal cell, and then you're going to argue that the genetic difference between them are significant, then it's true. Because you can tell these differences. Now, but if we take these same differences and move them to a scale of a larger phenotype, it becomes more tolerable. There are more variances. And the idea is also we have the perception of severity, right? This is at a smaller unit that pervades the entire human body. Meanwhile, how large of a sample do you need for at the organismal level, like for the species level? You would need, like when we're talking about cancer cell, we're talking about millions of cancer cells versus like millions of human cells, and then each host have that many things, right? But what are the sample size requirements and permutations that you have to calculate and computationally upscale in order to find genetic significant differences at the human level, at the organismal level? I don't know. Like, that sounds incredibly way out of my human depth. Like, it's already difficult to know this. Like, for me, this was like pretty much my 7 years. Like, just thinking about this stuff is already incredibly difficult to know. And now we're going to try to talk about phenotypes presented at the organismal level. Sounds very preposterous to me, right? Because of the emergence level. If ethics wasn't a thing, testing whether by controlling epigenetics can result in 100% matches in DNA of two animals? I mean, yes and no, because I don't know if epigenetics is like the last thing left. Like, we operate on incomplete information. So, there's tertiary, like epigenetics have dimensions. So here's one thing. I've been drawing these squiggly lines, Procol, right? And you have to imagine from a physics level, like say you're trying to think about a physics level. How do proteins, like these type of proteins, get access to this? Because remember that when we think about epigenetics occur in a three-dimensional space. So whenever someone says something like, oh, our genes look like this, it does not look like this. So when you think about this position, how do you know how close it is to this position? If you want to think about it from a physics standpoint, imagine folding space. So 2 points can be very close despite its linearity. That happens with your genes. Your genome is arranged in a three-dimensional space. the accessibility and how proteins interact, like unwind your DNA, express genes, is regulated based on a three-dimensional space. So you would have to understand another entire order of arrangement to have full predictability of the effects of a genetic code. Like, for example, hear me out. When you have this and you determine that this person has one point mutation here, like this point mutation, right? Like this is person B, this is person A. Or this is person, you could even make it argument. This is person A at 10 years old, right? This person at 10 years old. And this is at person A at 50 years old. And this person has accumulated 2 point mutations over their 50 years at this like sequence juncture. How do you know the three-dimensional space between that it affect on these? What if there's a protein that occupies this space, an epigenetic marker, that actually interacts with this space because in three-dimensional space, the two spaces, the two permutations are occupied by the same marker. And this is a 2D drawing, by the way. We're only talking about 2D space here. And if you're wondering, how do we know this? There are experiments you can do. You can use a process like early experiments. Like this is before the high-tech stuff. Like the old tech stuff, you can cross-link. You can cross-link proteins through a chemical modifier. So you extract the DNA and try to preserve all the proteins in the space. You can cross-link them so that they're permanently bound. And then what you can do is you can create a marker to pull the protein away with the parts attached to them. And when you see those two parts come down with the protein, then these two spaces are together. So that protein interacts with two segments. And if they're really far apart, so now when you're looking at this space, it's like, dang, these two spaces are really far apart. There's no way this protein can span those two. And then when you think about it two-dimensionally or three-dimensionally, it's like, no, they're right on top of each other because this protein interacts with both of them. That is what happens when you start thinking about other things you don't know about. And that's kind of where the research would have went. Like, you know, I was getting the idea is I wanted to know two-dimensionally, or this isn't even two-dimensional, this is one-dimensional, and then we would investigate in like the actual organism and do like protein pull downs or something to try to get some two-dimensional information, and then maybe computationally or something to create a three-dimensional thing that rationalizes this. So imagine hundreds of people, right? That's wishful thinking. Hundreds of scientists looking at one-dimensional space, compiling all the one-dimensional space while correlating it with two-dimensional space, and then having a, I don't know, like a supercomputer, a quantum computer, try to calculate all the scenarios that govern the one-dimensional and two-dimensional space to create a model that fits the hundreds of scientists correlating these markers and their arrangement in order to create a predictable model of three-dimensional space. And then using that three-dimensional space to translationally answer questions about phenotypes. That's like, to me, that sounds like something that I will never live to see. Because I know this already, and I know how long it took for a human. Like, I can kind of appreciate how long it took to even get like a 0.001% of what is necessary to understand this interaction. That's kind of like how science makes you feel great, and it makes you feel small at the same time. Like, honestly, it makes you feel great because you're part of so many people. Like, you're a community, right? You're trying to answer larger questions by, well, the romantic idea is most academic scientists is trying to share information to answer these questions together. The reality is it's kind of a mixed bag. Some scientists believe that they are more important, and that whole conflict of interest situation. So it makes you feel small and big at the same time. Makes you feel big that you're part of a larger community that's trying to answer the complexities of the emergent properties of things that we can't see at certain levels and can see at certain levels. And then at the same time, very small, because whatever you're doing is filled with questions and unknowns. Let's see. Very vaguely related, but the Himba tribe color experiment has always been so fascinating to you. Himba tribe color. I'm learning so much from you guys. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you guys have so much random information that, like, they're seemingly random to me, but it's great that I'm being exposed these things. Interesting. Skin color. Let's see. Sorry, I miss whether you watched or read 1984. I know of 1984. I'm not entirely sure if I remember what was in 1984. Is anime more important than non-animated film shows in Oriental Asian countries in general? No. I don't think so. Not by a long shot. Not even close. Yes, a significant number of the most dangerous and damaging conditions afflicting the human body are caused by the body's own immune system or stress response. Yeah. Our body is we have to remember that our body is homeostatic. I use the word homeostatic because this is something that if high school, right? And I'm not saying this as high school is simple. I'm talking about foundationally, it's something that you might want to, most people have to keep to heart. The body is homeostatic. There are pros and cons. So any particular changes that drive the balance one way or the other is considered necrotic in a way. So like cancer is extra growth. That's the defining feature that causes everything else that involve, like, uncontrollable growth requires more resources, right? It's selfish, right? It draws resources from others. It disrupts things. It occupies space. It comes from the consequences of dysregulated growth. So the defining feature of cancer is its uncontrollable growth. That's the threshold. The sufficiency to try to explain all the downstream consequences is its loss in regulatory growth and replication. So the difference, the fundamental targeting difference between cancer and a normal cell is that. But normal cells also replicate using the same mechanisms. The idea is they use very similar mechanisms still. So the goal is to constantly try to find if there is a nuance to the difference in cancer cell growth versus normal cell growth. But it is in the swarm of its nuance in differences. It can be something this insignificant when it comes to other things. So it requires the resolution necessary to propagate the arbitrary nature of whether something is different or not. And one of the things in genetics is studying cancer. And when you study cancer, it kind of makes it so that the perspective on how humans as a species varies. It kind of throws it out the door a lot of times because of the resolution. It's kind of like understanding physics, right? And then you're talking about combustion. This and that is a large gap. Like trying to explain all of the things that happen physically in the process of combustion is combustion, I would say, is closer to, like, it's at the chem level, right? And that creates that thing that I was trying to convey. I was trying to convey the whole like social construct thing. Social constructs and scientific categorization are at a really high level. Like it's incredibly high. And then when you're thinking about it at the genetic level is far lower than the social construct level. It doesn't necessarily mean that science can't one day explain the social construct we currently have that is also mutually based on empirics, because human observational skills were used for phenotyping. When we recognize patterns, they are social constructs when they don't offer the resolution necessary to prove it definitively, like consistently, 99.9%, that type of thing. Because of the spuriousness of categorization based on racial groups, it's not considered empirics because it's not consistent enough. It doesn't have enough resolution to become predictable or extrapolate. So that's kind of where I think the arbitrary threshold for determining what empirics are. Empirics is the highest resolution. In my opinion, it's often gravitated towards the highest resolution one can use to have predictable outcomes. So that threshold is met. When that threshold is met, it is considered empirics. So looking at a person's skin color is no longer sufficient for empirics because it's too spurious. It's incredibly emergent to the point where you can't measure it with empirics yet. So inherently, we devise social constructs. I'm trying to use like James's terminology in order to like be on the same page here. We use social constructs to categorize them for the time being until there is scientific consensus with proper empirics at the sufficient resolution in order to create predictability. So when that empirics can produce the skin color, for example, when you like understand enough about skin color and you can produce that skin color or predict that skin color, and it is correlated with the empirics of a resolution that's consistent enough, then it officially becomes objective as opposed to a construct. And that's the consistent ebb and flow, right? Like the concept of gravity, right? The concept of gravity is that everything was respect to Earth. That's the empirics. The empirics is Earth. And then came the moon. And now the empirics is not sufficient to determine the property of gravity because the moon has a different property of gravity, right? So then the empirics have to expand both the Earth and the moon. And then maybe Mars one day, and then so on and so forth. So to me, it's a continuum, and that we're bringing everything back together, right? To make sure that we're all on the same page. Where I love this like tip for like contribution and distribution of semantics and categorization because, again, echoing John Green, that's what makes humans incredible. It's empirics are based on human observations, and then social constructs are based on patterns that humans observe. And then to varying degrees, whether they are true or not, is measured by the empirics that create predictability. And then the more predictable it becomes, you would like to think 100%, right? If it's 100%, then it is purely objective. It is incredibly predictable to no fault whatsoever. Yeah. And science is certainly one to believe that can be achievable. Which then goes back to the whole Peterson thing from like 3 days ago. You've been rewatching them in just Japanese for the first time though, so it's been pretty great. Oh, you've seen most of the... Yeah, I've been watching them in I've been doing the same thing, like Japanese, and like I've been watching like the English as well with Japanese subtitles to see if the Japanese line up with the English, like in interpretation as well. Ghibli films are. Do you live outside of Japan, James? I haven't ever asked you. Ghibli, when it's distributed outside, is Disney, right? Disney distributed. So most of the Ghibli films are very excellent for like multilingual studies. Like they're incredibly excellent, like incredibly high, nuanced. Like what I mean is their attention to translating, not like necessarily transliterating or like one-to-one. They more focus on like the quality is that they use the nuances of the language, so it's interesting to see it from that perspective. So like the distance between what is written in Japanese and what is heard orally from the characters and between different versions are greater, in my opinion. The distance is greater than I don't know, your hard fan sub of a anime production, largely because of how distribution works, right? They were already some of your favorite films, so it's great to enjoy them Japanese in nuances lost in translation. Yeah, and I think the loss in translation is even greater. And what I mean by that is even greater is it's greater with intent, not necessarily greater accidentally. Or like, if you know what I mean by that. Like it's culturally translated a lot of times, which is not necessarily a good thing for someone who wants a one-to-one, but it is also a good thing if someone wants to see how people are capturing the nuance of each language versus trying to capture the nuance of another language in the context of another language. Like I often talk about this. I haven't gotten to Kiwami, but Kiwami is a like a dragon games can be that way a lot of times, where they would take cultural analogies as way to translate things, not just at the linguistic level. Like they're not looking to create like one-to-one translations. They're looking to capture something emergent beyond that, like the situation and stuff, and you can really appreciate that in varying degrees depending on the production, right? The medium type. And oftentimes when you think about writing and stuff, oftentimes they can be very preferentially mimicking. So like when P5X had a good example for the Valentine's Day stuff, when they were saying like oh no, it was in the Dark Tides in the Kiwami game, when he was saying like the honorifics in English, for example, right? Whenever someone says like Yuki-san, right, Yuki-san or something, I typically say like, well, you mean like Mr. Smith, right? Like that's kind of what I mean by that. There's an intent. The intents are very different, and then depending on the animation, like the constraint of animation and the constraints of timing and stuff, it would be Mr. Smith. Like when you're trying to capture the not just the linguistic level, but also the cultural formalities. Like when I was talking about this earlier, when I was talking about omatsuri and matsuri, right? I actually capture omatsuri and matsuri in a different way. You change English diction to make yourself sound formal. Like, oh, I'm going to a prior engagement, as opposed to, oh, I'm going on a date. There's nuances that's captured when you are translating for the scene, and it requires that either the people who are writing or acting are given liberties and flexibility to mirror cross-cultural things. The thing about that is it requires that the people be multicultural in some way, shape, or form. And even then, like what Prokol said one time, you can't actually be both without losing some nuance of both, right? Like people who live in a monocultural country will far exceed someone who is multicultural that's straddling between two cultures, while the monocultural of their respective parts will be different. So I love watching productions that vary on that. You can definitely tell the multicultural productions, or people who are more used to multicultural environments and translation work, versus people who only look for a particular bias. Like, this is an anime dubbed in English. This is an anime translated in English. Versus this is a like American comic translated in Japanese or dubbed in Japanese. There's a enrichment in direction. And then you have the rarer things, in my opinion, which is not necessarily good or bad. It's the fact is they're rare because humans like to congregate based on compatibility and similarities. Multicultural things are inherently middling between the two. So whenever, like, say in Asian American something, like, I'm going to use my own personal anecdotes, like an Asian American production comes out, there will be criticisms from both the representative monocultural bodies, and then there will be resonance on the middle. There will be parts that they like and parts that they don't like, and then the exceptions and whatnot on both ends. However, the ones that are in the middle, they would overall generally receive it as a representation of the left and the right, which is really interesting, because from a production level, if you have an international production like Disney, for example, the way they go about dubbing and subbing and stuff, there's a intent that I watch it with. And the intent is that the loss in translation is greater a lot of times. And it's not necessarily because they're trying to avoid it, but more the loss in translation at a specific level in language is gained at another intent. So if you are specifically focusing on like the one-to-one of how you understand at the resolution of this, for example, it might not be important, not significant, right, at the emergence level of the actual action. So oftentimes when I ask people, all right, well, you know what natural Japanese sounds like, but do you know what natural English sounds like? When someone says they're a native English speaker, and going back to Prokol's, I think when someone says like, oh yeah, I don't need to learn anything about English, I'm a native English speaker. And then when you speak to me, when not you guys, but when that person speaks to me, I'm like, why you need to tell me that you're a native English speaker? And then, that person, it's not my place, but that person never asked me, what do you think about my English, right? Because they know they're a native English speaker, so why would they ever, they would have a less tendency to ask, how's my English? And my first thought is, you stick to one voice. It sounds like you only know how to net speak because we're speaking on the net. Can you provide me with examples of compartmentalization or different types of code switching in English? How do you speak in a conference room versus a seminar that you're giving versus a TED Talk that you're giving? And do you require those skills in your lifetime? Do you have 3 or 4 different sociolects in English? Because what you're learning in Japanese is your adult brain, natural Japanese. They have nuances of sociolects because you are an adult now, or you're someone who's capable of perceiving sociolects. When you were a native English speaker and growing up, Do you know those things too? Because I do. Not because I wanted to, so to speak. Like, I didn't really, I don't think like, oh, should I or shouldn't I? I had to. When I was younger. So whenever someone like Brokaw challenged me a couple times now about like, oh, what about these words? What about those words? And when do you use those words? Like, if I were to write this word, would you read it as a different word? It's like, yes, I would. And in various situations, you'll probably hear me read it in a different way. And that is what I mean by sometimes the higher level stuff cannot be observed at a lower level. So whenever someone says there's no equivalence, right? Like, there's no equivalence to like honorific language. I'm like, I understand. There's definitely no literal equivalence to honorific language in Japanese. And yet my first thought is, I can tell when someone's being formal and someone is being casual in English. Someone who classically say there's no literal things, I agree with you. And yet when someone tells me, well, there's no equivalence in terms of its cultural application in English, I disagree with you because you're looking at it at a different emergence level. Like, what it reveals to me from the person that's telling me that is they have rarely ever participated in a formal engagement with other people. So their native English is confined to the specialization of their nuance. So that in itself, it's a loss in translation of the native speaker. So the person who claims to be native also has a loss in translation of their own language. And that's perfectly fine. It's one of those richness of categorization because language is an abbreviation, right? Language is an abbreviation of our thoughts and feelings. So at the core, you could say we're all trying to express the same things, and yet at a level of abbreviation, they have speciations. There are nuances in that. So the way I speak right now is a far cry from the traditional sense of a Twitch streamer. At the moment, my vocabulary and diction has changed substantially to evoke the intricacies or the kind of the verbosity and the esoteric nature of formal speech or technical speech. And then I'll go back to saying Riz, aura, and slap and stuff later, right? That's kind of the idea, which is interesting. I have yet to meet. I haven't had the opportunity. Well, I had some people who claim that they're communication specialists, and my thought was it must be a communication specialist that doesn't necessarily function in like formal education, because I have met one. Actually, I lied. That's not entirely true. There were 2 instances that I've met someone that immediately my first thought is they're probably a postdoc at a university, because the way they spoke from sentence 1 was someone that struck me as they don't come on Twitch very often, and they spoke as though they only gravitated towards vocabulary and diction that's found in a PhD university, like a university that's offering a graduate degree. And without a doubt, with a very minimal effort, it was very clear that their investigation, like their inquiry into coming across me, was the nature of discussing our postdoctoral work, our PhD thesis. So that's kind of how I really love language. Language is so much fun. Like I imagine, like, I ask you, Procol and James ask you, how do you sound like a Like, what does a scientist sound like in English? And my first thought is, when I'm watching movies, right? This is something that you can definitely do. You can LARP, right? We can LARP as a scientist. And my first thought is, I wonder what it's like to ask people to LARP as a scientist. Like, what are the things that they pick up as a nuance of scientific English? I pointed out a couple, like, it's kind of like talking about a dialect, right? Like Procol, I could ask Procol about the British English or something. British English, like, and then they would be able to point out like more generic things for me because I'm American. I speak American English. But then I can tell you, what do you think scientist sounds like? And I'm not talking about scientists when they're interacting on Twitch. I'm talking about, what do you think a collection of scientists sound like in a lab meeting? That's kind of the exercise that I tell myself each day when I'm thinking about Japanese. Or Chinese, sorry, I'm Chinese. So we're gonna back out of this, by the way, because we gotta. I'm gonna play a little bit of Kiwami. No, hear me out. Hear me out. I got a fun game for you guys, James. Both James, I suppose, Procol and James. One day, if somehow you pushed me to like a 2,000 reviews, it just means we're having a really great time. Okay? I want to keep that in mind. Like, I don't have to finish this stuff, but it would be kind of interesting at how many interesting conversations we would have by the time this number reaches an unappreciable wall. It's really not necessary for me to review all these things, but it is kind of funny how I'm kind of pushing the envelope. Heisenberg uncertainty principle would come into play in this. Assume they're moving. Yeah, just assume they're moving. Yes. Yep. It's crazy. Think about how crazy a cell is, right? One last thing about cells. Like, think about this. This drawing is a snapshot. That's what Procol was talking about when you're talking about Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Like, when I'm drawing this is a single snapshot. What you're trying to imagine is that you have millions of these, and they're in a constant state of motion. Like, things are moving around, things are sloshing around, you know, like, things are happening. It is constantly happening. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to present an endpoint. And oftentimes an endpoint is a phenotype. Something that's static enough to be observable across a long period of time, or an appreciable period of time. For example, eye color. Eye color doesn't substantially change at the eye color level. But if you're looking at a genetic level, it's kind of hard to know. It's very difficult to know how, like, if eye color is actually changing at the genetic level. Now, whether those changes are significant to eye color, you may never know, unless the eye color changes, right? If a blue-eyed person gains mutations in their blue eyes, but it's tolerable, then they continue to have blue eyes. That doesn't mean these things don't have effects on eye color. And then there's dominance. When a phenotype is presented, like say you're normal and healthy, then you get these mutations and you continue to stay normal and healthy. Versus someone who's unhealthy, like for whatever reason, and then they get the same 3 mutations and get worse. These are the things that you have to take into account. A negative result doesn't mean that the things you're looking at aren't related to the things that you're predicting, because we are looking at deltas of thresholds, and those presentations does not create the resolution necessary. It's like a mile run being measured in centimeters. If your tool only measures in centimeters, how much bootstrapping and sampling before you can actually see or even observe the whole thing? The goal was to see enough at a specific level and hope that it predicts the rest. So you hope that if you measured the first like couple centimeters or even meters for that matter, you can then use that model to predict the rest. And that is science. That's what empirics does. So yeah, no, yeah and no. I don't know that everyone is genetically different. I presume that it is highly improbable that most people are genetically similar. So that means that they must be genetically different. And that is the power of empirics when it's reaching a point of objectivity. Because it is objectively true in our empirics that it should have high predictability for any occurrence of that instance. And otherwise, we are using a belief system. A belief system that involves social constructs. Just to wrap everything up, right? How much you believe in that thing can create a social construct until it is verified or supported by empirics to have the resolution to be predictable. So neat. All right. Okay. So let's go see if oh man. We're just gonna go over these again before. If this stuff is interesting, I'm trying to think. Like, I love talking about this stuff. I don't know if the opportunity presents itself consistent enough for me to like make it a thing. I would love to like go back into science, right? Like in a way, like go back into science, read literature and stuff, and then like interview scientists. Like I would love to, but I don't think it's something that people are interested in, honestly. I know what, like, we have a lot of fun doing it here and in the moment and whatnot. My thought is, what is its pragmatic applications, right? And then obviously, if I wanted to do that, I could simply like fill out an application and like apply to Complexly or something, you know, and try to do it that way. That's not out of the question. It's not out of the question. I always wanted to work for one of Hank Green's projects. It would be a lot of fun to do that for like a couple years or something, like work for Complexly or something. Not that I'm assuming they would accept me or anything, because I'm not a practicing professional anymore. Like I don't do this professionally. But it would be a great opportunity to like intern or something, like walk into Complexly, see how their operation works, and then like meet Hank Green and then ask Hank Green some tease apart his brain a little. It would be such an honor. All right, let's go over this stuff. Templar. Yeah, Hank Green is basically my modern day. If I need to pick a content creator that I would probably be humbled by, like one of those. I have never met a celebrity in my life. Like I've never gone out of my way to find a role model. Like that's something that I felt I was very disconnected with my youth. Like what I mean is with the people around me, where they would like have something to look up to. Like I understand some people say, well, don't you look up to your father? I respect my father. Like my father and mother represent something that's beyond trying to imitate. They are something that I cannot be. They're something that I can inherit and learn from, but I don't inherently want to be them. But it's kind of a cultural thing. Like I don't want to be someone. I grew up to this point knowing that I want to be myself with all the as much information and benefits that I can gain from everyone before me and everyone still concurrently with me and people younger than me. However, if I had to like really pick someone lately, certain content creators have really made a strong case. Like it would be fantastic to know what it's like to be in that mind a little bit. And in the background, I honestly think that if life was a little bit different, you know, like in terms of like decision making, my best friends, the nebulous best friends that I refer to, which might as well be hypothetical because only a few people, actually no one existing now actually knows that I used to, like, one of the friends, we used to talk and there was a moment when all of us were present on stream. But those guys are like Hank Green too. Like they're like 3 times. In fact, I think they could probably do a really good impersonation of him. And what I mean by impersonation, I mean them being themselves and talking in the same way. So it's not like I'm saying that Hank Green is like this guy who's like inhuman or like a celebrity. I think it's the very opposite. He sounds like someone that if we were to talk and interact, it would feel very familiar, but rare. Because I genuinely believe, for better or worse, the medium that I operate in on a daily basis is not a medium that you would find someone like Hank Green or someone like that very commonly. Hence why it makes them exceptional. However, the environment that I typically spent most of my life with, despite spending 7 years on Twitch, that's still the norm. It's still the social norm. The conversations, the diction, the way Hank Green talks to his brother, John Green, is the normal way. Like, it's still my social norm. I mean, despite dropping Gen Z things and talking about LARPing for like 30 minutes today in a different context, that is not the typical conversation I have. So interesting. Anyways, speaking of parasocial relationships. Okay, let's try to get these. We have die. Slaughter? Yeah, die. Is that really slaughter? Dang. Okay. Ying. Something about a missile. He's helping him. Escorting him. Oh yeah, I'm helping him. Eagerly helping him. Oh, this stuff is getting lost. Or vigorous. I, Sai. We're doing this a little bit different. Run. No. Not run. Sol. Discuss. Or disturb. Disturb. Huang. Suddenly. I think. Okay. Jing. Careful. What? Something about farting. Or urging, like mocking. Okay, okay. Alright. Chi, human body. Jie. Nact? Heckin' nact. Oh no, save me. I'm gonna go with meow. Meow. No, dang it. It's dual. Dual to see. Oh, because he's lighting up the place. Tall, no, tall. Which is just tall. Proper noun. Tall, tall. Die, plant. On, pedal. Ton. Ship. Doll. Pray. Or not doll. Dong. Pray. Sung. Extol. Lee. The heck is Lee? He's like commanding people to plunder. Oh my gosh. I think plunder is gonna get lost. Shit. Diarrhea. On. Betray. Yo, what, mate? What is that? I can't see it very well. That's supposed to be... Yeah, I really can't see that character right here. Can't really make it out. It looks like a soldier. Oh, I know what it is. Tool. Cabinet. Said no. I'm gonna say Ying. Yes. Ying for not a recipe. Clever. Oh no. I think clever is gonna be gone. Akira Kurosawa revolutionized the portrayal of blood in cinema. Sorry, you just thought of that after you read your anime comment? Yeah. Sorry, you had that typed out for ages? Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, Akira Kurosawa, yes. I would agree. Have you seen some of his films? There are quite a lot of other films that once you see Akira's, like, Kurosawa's film, it's kind of difficult to not see it in other films. Not in their entirety. I see. Oh no. What is the feather and the umbrella thing? I don't remember who is doing this. It's definitely in the bakery. I'm gonna say Lo. Oh, it's Myo. It's a special. I think it's my first meal actually. Meal for kind of dealing with erroneous. I was gonna say misunderstanding. Erroneous. Okay. Lu. Probably Lu. Or is it Lu? For filter? Paprika heavily inspired Inception, but no props have been given to Paprika or is a late director. Yeah, Satoshi Kon. Yeah, you mentioned that before. Yeah, I was aware of it. I don't think about those things in the sense that inspiration is very different from adaptation. So whenever I think about inspiration, while there is credit, it's on the courtesy of the people, but demonizing. I have watched Paprika. I've watched all of Satoshi Kon's movies. He no longer make movies on account of he's dead. He passed away in unfortunate early passing. So you can, in fact, watch all of his videos, all of his movies. How many movies does he have? That's kind of hard for me to keep track of. I want to say, if at all, if you're gonna push for his like Miyazaki collection, I would say 5 notable, but they're technically 9. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He did television stuff too, but I did watch. Oh, he's not an animator, but I did watch one of his television shows as well. All 13 episodes. Yeah. Yeah, on the count that he's dead. Yeah, he passed away. It was a unfortunate passing. So he didn't like It's one of those type of passings. Yeah, it was 46 when he passed. And you're wondering, like, wait, what are not fortunate passings? What are not fortunate passing? Old age. Like, he didn't, like, technically. That's the type. Recently, what's his name from Dawson's Creek also passed away. I still remember seeing. I haven't ever watched Dawson's Creek, but I recognize his face. The guy is very recognizable. Like, his face is incredibly recognizable. I've got his name though. Taylor? So is it Taylor or something? Yeah, he had a bout with colorectal cancer. I think it was 48. When I saw the number, the age that Satoshi Kon passed away, it kind of reminded me of recent events. I've only known him from Dawson's Creek. But obviously also rest in peace. Yeah, he was quite a creative genius for sure. You mentioned your like generalizing of anime when it comes to like Dragon Ball, right? Dragon Ball. Akira Toriyama recently passed away. Last year? Might have been 2 years ago. Last year, probably. It's either a year or 2 years ago. And he obviously influenced without, like, it's very difficult to even measure how much he has influenced what exists today. Whether you enjoy Dragon Ball or not, right? Oh, this is Meow. And I have no idea what this is anymore. Insignificant. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Jian. Jian. Burner and Tusk. Date. Oh yeah, we're in trouble. We're we're in bad territory. Have you ever heard of the English comedian Tommy Cooper's death? No. He died on a live stage due to a heart attack, and people in the audience laughed because they thought it was part of his act. That's certainly an unfortunate combination of circumstances. Yeah. See, that's starving. Leo. Sorry, I'm keeping track of time. Oh, I think this is just Leo. Oh no, it's a tumor. Dang it. All right, that's 4 shots. So let me. Yeah, I need to keep track of. I need to keep track. Lee, plunder. Ying. Clever. Ying is clever. I think I missed one up here too. Was it Yo? No, Yo is kind of weak. Eager. Was it Feng? Ah, Mock. That's a weak one. Who was a weak one? The okay. Oh, Mew is weak on the read. And erroneous. It's chilling seeing him collapse limp while the audience laughs. You can't remember what that dichotomy really makes the scene. I see. Yeah. I can imagine. Oh boy, we're in trouble. Sate, insignificant. That's too many drops from the 20 from last time. Okay. Humor. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know how much time I can get for. This is gonna take me another 30 minutes. Let's see here. Ghost. Talk. Skip the sorry. This is way. Way. Oh, the left side is considered committee. Okay. It's a Huang, but I don't know where it is. What does that have to do with the stream? A lie? I don't even know where the stream is. Probably you just panic. Lie, 悲欢。Ren, pliable but strong. Lian, no Lan. Lan. Wave. Tway is in the dumpsters at this point. Ejected. The page is not good enough to connect. Oh yeah, most of this is not connected well. So pretty much all the emotions got dropped. Every single emotion character got dropped at the moment. Ton. Deepu. Dre. So. A. Oh no. Actually, this is Lon for wave. Oh no, this is impede. Dang it. Okay, so the finger is impede. The wave, oh yeah, that makes sense. Why I thought that was wave. No, we are way too separated from vocabulary now. Chair is out of control. So let's put double here. Tway and Che are doubles. They're way out of left field. On Lee. Qing bedroom. Ooh. Slaughter. Go. I know the mnemonic, but I don't know. It's a hook. Oh man, hook is out of control too. Still. Soul is in trouble. Wrong. Edge is gone too. Sure. Extravagant. Yen. Book. Alright, this is the only things go over. Let's see. Tie, slaughter. Yo. Have to connected. Yo, eager. Wall. Vigorous. I sigh. Sol. Disturb. Wow. Suddenly. Being careful. Ung. How does it connect with the wind and the words? Lock. Chi. Human body. Yeah. Nact. Ooh. To see. How. How. I. Plant. Un. Pedal. Ton. Boat. Pray. Song. Extol. Li. Plunder. Xie. Diarrhea. Hun. Betray. Chu. Cabinet. Ying. clever. Mule. Kind of making sure I know mule. Mule was a reedish. Erroneous. Lee. I converted this whole thing to the right? Lee filter. Y'all. No, meow. Insignificant. Okay. I think the problem here is I'm using double negative. Tian in the mnemonic. Tian. Latte. T starving. Liu. Tumor. Wei. Wei. Lie. Ren. Pliable but strong. Lan. Wave. Wei. Short. Ejected. You always correct me when you use double negatives. Yeah, the mnemonic. The reason why I'm using a double negative is the mnemonic, the word is insignificant. And to remember things, I changed them to positive mnemonics. They're affirmative mnemonics. So how do you make a affirmative mnemonics from a negative word? You use a double negative. It's how I mark that a word is negative. Using the mnemonics, not the actual word. Inherently, lots of the negative words are not words that settle in my memory very well because I don't use them very frequently. Like to say something that is insignificant, I would use something else that's more common. Like not important. Ton. Deep blue. Shui. No, Jui. So. Hey. Hey. Lan. Impede. Yeah. Limit. Guan. I don't know, Tuan. Tuan is flee. Qing. Bedroom. Wu. Slaughter. Go. Hook. Soul. Even rougher. Soul. I mean, it's so rough, I've already forgotten it. Cough. Lung. Lung. Edge. Man, lung and soul is gonna be yikes. Sure. Sure. extravagant. That's kind of rough. And then yuan. Look. Alright, that's it for today. We had our fun. I have like 2.5 hours. Tomorrow is a 400-day review, so we're actually gonna super stack this again. And then catch up on like 2 or 3 days of backlog. We're not doing the vocabulary. The vocabulary is yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna do the lessons, and then we're gonna go straight into our 400-day review, our 400-day tentative takes, which will take like 3 to 4 hours. But today we're gonna play some Kiwami 3 before I kind of like completely forget it. And then we can't go very late because tomorrow will be like another 11-hour session because of how long 400-day things are. All right, so that's a wrap for today. What is that? 1, 2, 3. That's pretty bad. Doing 20 characters. I don't know why they're switching, how they suddenly switch to characters. Doing only characters, 20 characters, is kind of a scaling problem with everything else that's going on. So if tomorrow's lesson is another 20 characters, I might actually change it to 10 characters as opposed to 20. It could be that because of the way reviews work, it constantly prioritizes character reviews, and therefore words are not changing over, they're not turning over. So I have to actually complete the entire stack before it introduces vocabulary. That could be very much the reason. All right. I mean, for now, I guess we'll play it by ear. With that said, that's the end of our HanziHero session. So if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, you know, give it a go. You're always more than welcome to come on by and yap and talk. I mean, that's kind of the main priority here. We started with some seemingly innocuous talks, right? Actually, it started with what? The meme? Yeah, it started, or the viral TikTok thing, right? With Danganronpa. I'm not sure if I'll ever understand it. However, there has been a plan to play Danganronpa, like the entire series, because I actually had the entire series even before the language learning started. However, that's not going to happen until we kind of liberate all of this stuff. We'll see. It is a mystery visual novel game, so that type of thing could require some time to understand very specialized vocabulary. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick break, walk around, get some other forms of energy, and then I'll be back for some Kiwami 3. Thank you.